that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Plath, thank you so much. Caden, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of you. AG, thank you that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. And with that, we can go to the. Oop, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet. All right, let's try to get someone on in here. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
Your cap.
Oh, you gotta be 18 or older. Sorry. Only request to join if you are 18 or older. If you're not 18 or older, I just can't talk to you. Um, hey, what's up? How's it going? Hello? Okay. Moving on to the next one. Moving on up in the world. Let's see it. Let's see it. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Matthew?
What's up?
How old are you?
37,
Yeah, and what religion?
Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the existence of God which does not involve personal experience?
DNA code.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, it's intelligent design.
No, I think it's actually quite unintelligent. I mean, 85% of our DNA is completely useless, for example.
And we just don't understand 85% of it because we're not intelligent enough.
It's not that we don't understand it, it's that we know that it doesn't get expressed. We know how all these mechanisms work, and we know that this doesn't get expressed into anything.
We think it doesn't get expressed.
We know it doesn't get expressed. Whoa, Lando, thank you so much. Appreciate that. W Lando in the comment section, those are awesome. We know for a fact that this DNA doesn't get expressed into anything, insofar as we know the mechanism by which DNA leads to protein formations and actually expressed into like physical traits. We know that this doesn't happen with any of this DNA.
So how did DNA evolve? How did it evolve?
Yeah, so the evidence seems to indicate that DNA evolved via like self-replicating mechanisms that led themselves to mutations.
That's a good fairy tale.
I mean, that's like really ironic coming from someone who unironically believes in like a Bronze Age fairy tale. But do you have like an actual critique, or do you want a study, or otherwise it just seems like you have no argument?
Yeah, I just wonder if you actually read Genesis like you said you did.
Of course, Genesis is a super easy read.
Because you keep asking questions and the answers are right there in Genesis.
Yeah, let's ask. I have a few questions about Genesis actually. If the flood happened, how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
Yeah, so the ocean levels weren't as high because there was so much ice. So they ran over to Australia and the ice melted.
Yeah, do you think kangaroos do particularly well traveling across hundreds of miles of ice?
No, the ice was at the poles.
Gotcha, but it would need to be between the Middle East and Australia. Ethan, thank you so much for the $1.66 on Venmo.
See, the Australia was connected because the ocean levels weren't as high back then.
But you said it's connected by ice. I just don't think it's very
it
plausible.
It was connected by land. The ice at the poles made the oceans a lot less deeper.
Sure, wait, so you're saying that the ocean just didn't exist? Because there would still be like a substantial body of water no matter how you hack it.
Yeah, but you know, you could
Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Chase Smooth. Appreciate that.
We could walk to Russia if the ocean levels was like 9 feet more shallow.
Yeah, but we couldn't walk to Australia unless the ocean levels were like 40 feet less shallow, but at that point we just wouldn't have an ocean anymore.
Oh yeah, we would. Sure we would.
Certainly not. No.
Yeah.
But do you even have any evidence of this theory?
Oh yeah, they find farmland under ice all the time now when ice is melting at the poles.
But I'm asking about the distance between the Middle East and Australia. Do you have any evidence for that in relation that there was like a time when you could just travel directly from the Middle East to Australia?
Yeah, because the kangaroos got there.
No, but that's the claim that you're trying to prove. I'm asking you if we know of any time in Earth's history where you could have literally just walked there.
But see, You didn't read Genesis because you asked these questions like,
No answer, so you're gonna pivot away. Gotcha.
why didn't God create a paradise for us to live in? Well, He did in the beginning, right? And then you ask why bad things happen. It says right there in Genesis that man brought sin and death into the world.
Oh, but that's not the case though, because we know that unaliving existed long before humans existed. For example, you can look to the way that malaria existed 30 million years ago, whereas humans are about 200,000 years old. So it seems like malaria existed around 30,000 or 30 million years before humans did. So humans didn't bring malaria into the world that existed beforehand.
Yeah, no.
Do you have a better argument than yeah, no?
In the beginning, God.
Gotcha. Prove it.
DNA code. It's an intelligent design.
Yeah, except it's not because of the gratuitous inefficiency of it.
So we all came from a soup of water and rocks millions of years ago, right?
More, not exactly, but we came from amino acids, which are perfectly capable of forming on their own.
And all that came from a dot smaller than a period on a page exploding.
Not really
4.5
exploding,
billion
rapidly
years ago for no reason.
expanding. Also, not 4.5 billion years ago. I think it was like 13.8 trillion years ago.
Okay, so if I had an explosion in my house and the fire department came
It's not an explosion.
and a rapid expansion, and they said, "What happened?" I said, "Nothing caused it. Nothing." What caused it? I said, "Nothing," and they would
Oh,
think
I
I
don't
was
think nothing
crazy.
caused it. I think that the universe has always existed, that it goes through these cycles of rapid expansions and rapid contractions. And I agree that you can laugh at it, but do you have a critique of it? Otherwise, I have strong evidence for this. Just the fact that dark energy, the pull of it that's causing the universe to expand, is getting weaker over time, which indicates that we're going to have a big crunch type ending to the universe, and then it's going to be back in the exact same state that it was in the beginning, and then it'll just rapidly expand again.
So the Bible says several times that God stretched out the heavens. How do you get that right?
Oh, I mean, it gets all those other things wrong. It says that outer space is water. I mean, if you're making like a million guesses, I'd hope that you'd get at least one of them right. But also, that's not going to be strictly true insofar as eventually the universe is going to start collapsing and contracting.
We don't know what is at the edge of outer space. It could be water.
But we're talking about what's outside of the sky. It
Yeah, it's been
says that
stretched
God
out.
separated the waters below from the waters above with the sky. So it's saying that the thing above the sky is water. The thing above the sky is outer space. So that would imply that outer space is water, but it's not.
Oh, the ice canopy that we used to have before the flood, right?
The what?
The ice canopy.
Why didn't the sun melt the ice canopy?
It just shined right through it.
Yeah, but why didn't it melt it?
Well, it did eventually when the flood came.
But why didn't it melt it before then?
God made it that way.
Gotcha. So just with magic.
Yeah. So, what about all the oxygen in the air before the flood?
What about all the oxygen? Well, the flood didn't happen as we've established.
You established that? Oh, cool. So
Yeah,
somebody
you had
put all
no
them
you had
seashells
no
on top of
explanation for
mountains?
how the kangaroos got to Australia, which would just lead me to believe that the flood didn't happen.
So all those clams and seashells on the top of the mountains, they just like,
Yeah, that's because of tectonic plates pushing together.
yeah,
That's how mountains form, if you didn't know.
they crawled up there over millions of years.
Yeah, I mean
and lost
mountains
their
are made
legs.
over millions of years, so yeah.
Yeah. So
And I agree we can do more fake laughter, but you have a critique of the scientific consensus? Matthew, if you're off the app, I can't hear you. All right, well. Were you checking your note app to see if you have anything else?
so, so yeah. So DNA just evolved.
Damn, you're pivoting all over the damn
Can
place.
they replicate that? Like
Oh,
make
I
some
mean, just
more
because we can't
DNA?
replicate it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Can you replicate God creating the universe?
I'm not God. No, I can't do that.
Gotcha, yeah. So science is currently working on it, and we can replicate processes of self-replicating molecules which are susceptible to mutations. So we're
So,
capable of replicating like the basic processes.
also, scientists did that, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it
Are you
takes
interested in the
intelligent
study on the
life to
matter?
create life. Okay, you proved my
Oh,
point.
that's not
Thank
going to
you.
be the case. Insofar as all they needed to do was put a bunch of amino acids into a jar and like shake it around a bit in order for this to happen.
Well, wait a minute.
That's not very intelligent.
What it?
Amino acids form on their own, and then all it takes is just a little bit of shaking it about. So that's not very
Hold,
intelligent, if you
hold
ask
on a
me.
second. You got to start with nothing to prove your point. You can't start with something in a
Oh,
jar.
I think that there was always something, and amino acids again just form on their own in nature. So
Also, universe is eternal.
yeah, universe is eternal. Oh yeah, so you just pivoting all over the
Okay,
place.
so universe
Wait,
is your
how many
God.
points have you folded on so far? You folded on the Genesis point, on the flood, on the cosmology point, on the DNA point, and you just keep on jumping back to all of them. It's not even a Mott and Bailey; it's just like a Bailey, Bailey, Bailey. You just keep on jumping from weak point to weak point. But go for it.
So because the oceans drop 40 foot, there is no oceans, is your argument for the kangaroos.
No, because we know that there was always, at this time, there was water present between the Middle East and Australia, and kangaroos are not swimmers, so they're not going to be able to reach there.
But you do believe monkeys surf to America.
Certainly not.
Oh, you don't believe that theory? Okay. So you do say that a lot of science is crazy then, like this pseudoscience they teach now
I
about
have
monkeys
no
surfing.
idea about this monkey is surfing to America theory.
And T-Rexes are not chickens, or are they chickens? Or did they die in a meteor
I
storm?
don't know if
Or
the direct
did they
line
fart
goes
themselves to
from.
death?
Wait, hold on. I don't know if the line goes directly from T-Rex to the chicken. I know that chickens are the descendants of dinosaurs, but I don't know if it goes like directly from T-Rex to chicken.
So
But I have a question about the dinosaurs.
they didn't fart
Uh,
themselves to death?
wait, does God love all of his creatures?
Yep, it sure does.
Yeah, then why would he do that to the dinosaurs?
Because man brought death and sin into the world.
So you think that dinosaurs existed at the same time as humans?
Yeah, they were on the ark, probably babies.
Gotcha. So that's just not in line with our scientific records. We know that the dinosaurs went extinct millions of years ago, whereas humans have only existed for 200,000 years. So this is
Oh,
just anti-scientific.
so that tissue they found of a dinosaur, solid tissue, was it was preserved very good. Like,
Yeah, yeah, because we have an underlying mechanism identified for that. I'd be happy to give you the name of it.
so you do believe they found live tissue of a dinosaur?
Yeah, there was like soft tissue. It's not live tissue. It's a soft tissue. And yeah, the author, the person who found it, hates the way that Christians try to use this because it's an inaccurate misrepresentation. Um, uh,
I got to hear the explanation for this one.
yeah. Um, there's been outpouring research in the preservation of documented Fenton reactions. That's Fenton, yeah. Recent studies identify Fenton reactions as a plausible preservation mechanism for cells and soft tissues with bones, document the chemical signatures of Fenton reactions in cells and soft tissues of fossil bones, and indicate that such preservation occurs early in diagenesis and is facilitated by oxidizing depositional environments and by protection via external concretions and other factors. This comes from, what is this? From Paleontologia Electronica.
Okay, so simplify that for everyone.
Yeah, so it's just that these certain type of cell reactions are the preservation mechanism which has allowed these things to continue to exist, and that there's like just direct evidence that these are the reactions that took place in the preservation of this tissue. That there's like the chemical signature of it.
Right.
Do you got
but
a critique of that, or is it? Do you want to pivot to your next week point?
it sounds like scientists just using big words to confuse people and say, "Look how smart I am."
Are they using big words to confuse people, or are you just confused?
Well, that tissue's not going to stay around for billions of years like that. Okay,
But it's preserved via these reactions.
reactions.
Yeah, like chemical reactions.
Right. So he was carrying around some chemicals, and when he died, he spilled them on him. Is that how?
Do you know what humans are made of?
Well, the first human was made of clay.
Chemicals. The answer is chemicals. We're made of chemicals. Do you know what clay is made of? Chemicals.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
have
humans. The first human wasn't made of clay, but to be clear, clay is made of chemicals.
human
Everything
body and
is made of
clay
chemicals.
have several chemicals that are the same. It proves we were made from clay in the beginning.
I mean, which ones? Because what we're actually made of is cells.
And then God breathed life into Adam. That's how life began.
Yeah, but what we're actually made of is cells, not clay. I'm sorry to tell you this.
Well, Adam was, And actually, he says Eve was made from Adam's rib. You can remove a man's lower rib and it'll grow back. So I think he probably took that lower rib because he already knew it would just grow back.
Yeah, and I just don't think any of this happened.
So, yeah, that's my evidence. So there you go.
Well, I mean, your evidence got torn in half at every single point.
Your lies covered up my evidence.
Then get better evidence. Do you got anything else for me, or should I move on to the next guest?
No, I mean, go ahead and believe your fairy tales.
You literally believe in a Bronze Age fairy tale, but I do appreciate you coming on up here. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 30K likes. If everyone left 20 likes, we'd already be there. So just keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop a follow as well. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Other than that, we'll move on to the very next guest. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate it. What's up? How's it going?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
You're misrepresenting science because you're coming in with a bias.
Wait, I just gotta ask you a couple of questions. Wait, hold on. Let's just slow down there.
You are misrepresenting
Wait.
science
Hold on. Let's slow
because you're
down
not
there.
allowing your
Slow
discovery.
down.
You're
How
not
old are
allowing
you?
your discovery.
I'm so sorry. I just need to know
not
how.
allowing
Wait.
your
I'm so sorry.
discovery.
Sorry. How old are you? I need to know your age. I need to know how old you are before I can talk to you. If I don't know how old you are, I can't talk to you. It's a TOS violation. I just want to make sure that you're of age and are one of the religions that I actually am interested in talking to. And then I'd be happy to talk to you about whatever you want to talk about. You can come off mute anytime you want.
I don't have a religion, boss.
Yeah, but but do you think God is real?
Go, brother.
Do you think God is real?
Hollis, Queens.
Do you think God is real?
It's not what I think, brother. You are God. I'm looking at you. If God's not real, you're not real because you are God.
That just sounds like nonsense to me.
Not nonsense because I'm looking at you.
Can I get a definition of God?
I'm looking at it.
But can I get a definition? Because typically when I say God, what I mean by that is just a bodiless... Wait, hold on. Wait, my money, are you interested in a productive conversation? Because we gotta...
I'm interested in making a point that you're denying your own existence.
That's not the case. So when I say God, what I mean by God is just a bodiless mind, which is all-knowing, all-good, and all-powerful, and created everything. That's the God that I mean. Wait, so do you mean something? Wait, my money. I'm so sorry. This is... Wait, hold on. I just need you to chill out. I just need a definition of God from you. If you can't give me a definition of God, I just don't think that this can be a productive conversation. So are you going to be able to provide a definition of God? Or you probably didn't hear any of that. Okay. That's fine. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's it going?
Are you fanned out or what?
What do you mean by that?
Basically, what I mean is you talk an awful lot about a man that you don't even believe in. And you come on
Yeah.
social media to
Am I
try
a
to build.
fan of
Hang on.
God? No, I'm a God hater. I'm anti-God.
You come on social media to build a
Yeah.
platform
Wait, can we just like
based
chill
off of
out?
somebody you don't know.
Hold on. Let's calm down for a second, okay? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah, and what religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Are you drawing air right now?
Am I drawing it?
Are you breathing in air currently?
Yeah, I am breathing in air currently.
Okay, well, there goes my proof right there.
Why does that mean God exists?
Because without God, none of us would be here breathing air, buddy.
Oh, okay, wait. So Zeus exists because there's lightning, and there wouldn't be lightning without Zeus.
Can
And
you
Poseidon
give me the
exists
definition of
because
a
there are
man?
waves, and there wouldn't be waves without Poseidon. And the sun exists, and Apollo exists because Apollo drives the sun across the sky. There wouldn't be the sun going across the sky every day if not for Apollo.
Ian.
So do you have like a real argument or real evidence?
Yes, Ian, I do.
Yeah,
The
go for
point
it.
is, Ian, I'm not on here to change your mind about God. What I'm on here to do is show all of your followers that you're on an app as a grown man talking about somebody you don't believe in, trying to get famous off somebody you don't believe
Well, I'm
in.
not interested in fame. What I'm interested in what I'm interested in is interesting conversations.
I mean, that's a fair point. I mean, I can give you that. I can give you that side of things, but why are you doing it on a live app then?
Oh yeah, just because I get to talk to a wide variety of people.
So you're saying if without being on this live app, you wouldn't be able to reach the same people?
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I
Fair
just
enough.
get like
You,
a
you
steady
definitely you
stream of
definitely cannot
individuals.
argue with that point.
TikTok shop tone policing can be bought in the TikTok shop for $6.66.
What did you just say, bro?
Tone police can be bought in the TikTok shop.
What is tone police?
Yeah, you're just here to like whine and complain. I'm
No,
just looking for
I
just
asked
looking for
a
an argument.
genuine question.
Yeah, well, because you're just coming up. So tone policing is when you whine about the way somebody else is like presenting their ideas. I'm not really interested in your like tone policing and whining. What I'm interested in is an argument.
I feel like I'm giving you a pretty damn good one, and that's why
I
you're
think you're
going
giving
straight
me
to tone
none
policing,
whatsoever.
which is
So
which is made up.
an argument is just a thing to believe
Ian,
and a
you're
reason
not
to believe
allowing
it.
nobody to finish what they're saying.
Yeah, you can go ahead and finish. You're just not saying anything.
My point is, you're drawing air. Read the Bible. If you actually have you ever read the Bible, Ian?
Yeah, I read large parts of it. Yeah.
No. Have you read the Bible in full? Not
Not
large
the full
parts of it.
Bible. There's like
Okay,
thousands of
then.
pages
So
of it.
how can you speak
Have
on
you
a
wait,
book you've
wait.
never even read, Ian?
Do
Answer
you
that
do you
for
believe
me.
in Islam?
Don't answer a question with a
Have
question
you
like a
do you believe in
politician.
Islam? Because
How
this
can you
is
speak
there's
on
no
a
way
book
you
you've
could
never read,
possibly
Ian?
there's no way you could possibly hold this because if you
Y'all
think
see how he's not
Christianity is
answering
true,
this question,
then you
right?
think that Hinduism is true and you think that
Y'all
Islam is
understand
true as
how he's
well.
dodging that question?
So the way I can speak on it is because I can find logical contradictions in the properties of God. If I can establish
Okay, I
that
want to hear these
no
logical
all good, all
contradictions.
powerful, all knowing God exists, and that necessitates that your God doesn't exist. If your God
Ian.
doesn't exist, then the Bible is wrong. That's how I can speak on it.
All right, fair enough. Ian, listen to this. All right, so you asked me to prove God's existence to you, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, the thing is, I want you to prove that God doesn't exist.
Yeah,
You
that's
said
like
you
super
have
easy.
you said
Yeah,
you
let's
have
do it.
evidence for
Let's run
this.
it. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
Let's run it, bro. I want to
Yeah.
hear it.
So the evidence that God doesn't exist is that if God did exist, he would be a perfect being. This is just like the standard philosophical view. A perfect being would be a perfect designer by the definition of perfection. A perfect designer would create perfect designs, again, by the definition of perfection. But the human has a really bad design, which means that God cannot possibly be perfect insofar as our design is gratuitously imperfect. For example, 85% of our DNA is completely useless. That's not the work of a perfect designer. That's the work of a process like evolution.
Okay, but what if you're a perfect designer and you perfectly imperfect something?
Do you think that something can be perfectly imperfect?
I do. I believe
Gotcha.
that
So it can be
Virgil
both. It can be
Abloh
both
created
perfect.
he created a clothing brand called Off White, and it's perfectly imperfect due to the fact that it's the color off white. It's not super appealing to the eye, but for whatever reason, people buy it up.
Do you think that something can be perfect and imperfect at the same time?
I do. I feel like you can
Then
find
that's just a
perfections in
contradiction.
imperfections, if you understand what I'm saying. I feel like you can find
So,
perfections within imperfections.
gotcha. So you would just reject the law of non-contradiction. You would just reject logic at that point.
No, I wouldn't.
Because one of the key parts of logic is the law of non-contradiction, which
Okay,
basically says
Ian,
that contradictions can't exist, but you're saying that it's both perfect and also imperfect. That's a direct contradiction.
do you have any real proof?
I just gave you the
You're
proof.
simply stating that, which is an opinion, that humans are not a perfect creation. That is an opinion. Where's the facts in what you're saying?
Yeah, I just gave you the facts that 85% of
That's
our
an
DNA.
opinion. Do you know the
No,
difference between a fact and opinion?
fact that 85% of our DNA is completely useless.
Okay,
A
but that
perfect
does not
design
make
does
a
not
human
contain useless
imperfect. We can
components.
operate on 15% of our DNA.
Yep.
That is pretty damn perfect if you ask
Because
me.
the rest
It's
of the
like a car.
85% of
It's
our
like a
DNA
car
takes the
operating on
resources up for
15%
us.
of the.
It's an inefficient allocation of resources insofar as 85% of
guy.
it needs to come from somewhere. It comes
Come
from the
on, come
foods we
with
eat.
something different. What else do you got?
Oh, you have no answer to this one, so you
No,
need to
that one's
pivot away.
bogus. I'm not going to answer something that's completely
Yeah,
bogus.
you have no answer to the
What's your
argument
real
from
proof,
imperfect
Ian?
design, so you want to pivot away, and that's fine.
No, Ian.
I
I'm
accept
wanting
your
okay, so we've
ability.
already
If you want to
established
hear
point one.
another argument for why God doesn't exist, I'd be happy to provide you with one. So the next argument is just going to be the evidential problem of evil, that when we look throughout the world, that none of the things that we see are compatible with a God who is all good and loves the creatures. The existence of a worm that only exists to lay eggs in the eyes of children and then burst out of these eyes and then leave them blind isn't compatible with an all good God. The existence of kids with cancer isn't compatible with an all good God. The existence of malaria, which has taken the lives of 1 out of every 2 humans who have ever existed, isn't compatible with an all good God. The existence of natural disasters, which wreak havoc and destroy livelihoods, isn't compatible with an all good God.
All right, so can I answer to that now?
Yeah, go for it.
The world is not only of God. If you want to know who's actually pulling the strings on in the world, what is the yin to yang to God? Who would be the yin to yang to Jesus Christ?
Oh, well, I don't believe in any of this
Satan.
stuff, so you'd have to...
Satan. So
yeah, okay.
therefore, Satan has a large play in everything that's going on, and all of the evil that you are speaking on is of Satan. It is not of God.
Yeah,
On
there's a
this
couple of problems with
actual
this.
earthly world, Satan has just as much play as God, and he's very good at deceiving, which he's done to you. So this is proving my point that the devil can deceive because he's got you very deceived right now, buddy.
That's not going to be true, though, for 2 pretty key reasons. First, we know that every single part of this existed well before the fall. We know that earthquakes were before the fall. We know that, or like before the entry of sin into the world. We know that malaria was before humans existed. We know that cancer existed before humans existed. We know that all of these things existed well before humans existed, which means that they can't come from the fall. They must necessarily come from like natural processes, which means that they can't come from sin or Satan. Additionally, we know why all these things happen. It's not because of Satan, it's because of natural processes. Cancer happens because of genetic mutations. Malaria happens because of destruction of cells and bacteria passed along by mosquitoes. Earthquakes happen because of tectonic plates. This isn't Satan doing this. These are natural laws, and in your view, God's the one who made natural laws.
Let me explain something, because your comment section is going crazy right now.
Wait,
right?
don't respond to the comments.
No, I'm
Respond
not
to the
going to respond to
arguments.
comments. I'm not going to respond to comments. I just said they're going crazy right now. I want to make it very clear, Ian. I do not have a problem with you, buddy. I don't look at you downwards because of your opinion on things. This is simply an educated conversation. That is all. I want to make that clear. Anyway, though, people say, well, God created Satan, right?
That's not what I said. I need you to respond to my arguments.
All right, so what did you say? Let's hear this one more time.
Gotcha. Wait, so you weren't listening, to be clear.
I was not listening, to be very clear. I was
Gotcha.
reading the
Okay,
comments.
so let's run through this one more time. So we know that none of these things come from Satan for 2 reasons. First, these would all precede the fall of man, i.e. they precede sin entering into the world, which means that they can't possibly be because of Satan. We know that cancer existed before humans existed. We know that earthquakes existed before humans existed. We know that malaria existed before humans existed. Additionally, we know that the processes behind all of these things. It's not Satan, it's natural processes. We know that that earthquakes come from tectonic plates. We know that malaria comes from mosquitoes, and we know that cancer comes from genetic mutations.
So,
All of these
Ian,
things are because of natural processes, which would
what's
have been
the
designed
proof?
by God.
What's the proof that malaria existed before humans? I want to hear
Yeah,
what you
there's a
got.
fossilized mosquito with malaria that's 30 million years old.
Okay, so you're talking about a fossilized mosquito. And then I want to ask you this secondly. All this information that you're regurgitating off of Google, where did you get this from? Google? Do you have a degree in anything? Do you
Yeah,
even
I
go
have
to
a
school?
degree in mathematics and then I have another degree in
Where did
computer
you get your degree
science.
from? Which
What
university
would
did
it
you get
be?
your
Do
degree
you want
from?
my home address too?
No, I just want your university.
Yeah, I got my degree from SDSU, San Diego State. Go Aztecs.
Okay, fair enough. And so, how old are you, Ian?
I'm 23.
And you just graduated?
Like a year ago. What are we? Is this like a first date? What are you doing?
No,
Do you have
buddy,
like a
it's
response?
you asked me my age, but when you ask everybody else their age, is this a first date?
No, I asked because of TikTok terms of service reasons.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm asking for TikTok terms of service reasons.
There's no need. I mean,
Why
if
not?
that were the case, then my stream would just get taken down.
I mean,
Wait,
you
but
could
I'm
be
not. I'm not really
underage,
interested
you're
in
not
like all
saying
this like
that.
meta stuff. Do you have an answer to all the arguments that I
I
gave for why
just
it can't
answered
be
your
Satan?
argument, bro. There's
You
no
didn't.
way
You
you can
pivoted.
prove a fucking mosquito had malaria, bro.
Yeah, we can. Absolutely, we can.
How
We
do
have
you
a
prove it
fossilized
then? What's the
mosquito with
process to
malaria.
prove this, bro?
Yeah. Wait. Let me just like. I can just send you like an article if you're interested.
I'll read it. I mean, I'm always interested in learning, but the point is, how can you should be able to tell me what I'm getting from what you just said is I can send you an article is you've read articles and you take that information and regurgitate it.
And what I'm getting is that you've read nothing. You've read Bronze Age fairy tale, and now you take it as
No,
truth.
I've read the Bible, bro, but listen,
Yeah, a
I will
Bronze
be
Age
honest.
fairy
I
tale
want
that you now
everybody
base
to
your
know
life
I'm
on.
not super educated on this
We
topic.
can tell.
Hey, lift up your hair real quick.
Nah, I'm good. No, my
It can
hairline's
prove
fucked.
God
It's all
is
right.
real. It can prove God is real. Just
Kevin,
lift
thank
up
you
your
so
hair
much for
real
the
quick.
$6.66 on
Hey,
Cash
lift up
App.
your hair real quick.
Nah, I'm okay.
I promise it'll prove God is real.
W Kevin, W Satan,
Hey,
hail Kevin, hail
pick up
Satan,
your front
hail
hair real
666. Thank
quick.
you so much. Let's get a big W Kevin in the comment section.
Pick up your front hair.
Wait,
real quick.
are you out of arguments already?
No. I'm trying
Are
to make
we
my argument. I'm
are
trying
we
to
out
tell
of
you
are
that
we
I
out of
can prove
arguments
it.
already? We're resorting to ad homs.
No, I'm not doing an ad hom. I'm telling you I can prove it.
You are doing an
I'm
ad
trying
hom.
to do a scientific investigation. Just lift
Wait,
your
you're
hair up
doing
real
an
quick.
ad hom. Do you have real arguments,
Hey,
or do you
lift
just
the
want to
front of
keep
your
on
hair
ad
up real
homming?
quick. I do. I'm trying to tell you. If you will follow along,
Well, I'm not
trying
really
to show you.
interested in the like weird ad homs, but you've just ran out of arguments. So do you have an
No.
argument
I'm trying to
for why
prove it.
Satan is the cause of these things? Do you have a
I'm
response to
trying.
any of
No,
my
Ian.
responses, or
Ian,
do I
I'm
need to
trying to.
move on to the next guest?
Gosh damn, Ian. Can you not just help me prove this for me, buddy?
Nah, I'm all right, but thanks. G, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. WAG in the comment section, and William, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. William, hail 666, hail Satan. Thank you so much, William. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. And with that, we'll go to the next guest. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, though. Let's get to 50K likes, and make sure you're dropping a follow as well if you never want to miss a debate in the future. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. Make sure if you're 18 or older, you want to join the community. There's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would absolutely love to see you there. What's up? How old are you? Okay, I accept your surrender. Share it with your friends, do all that good stuff. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Let's talk about it.
Hey, man.
Yeah,
So,
how old are you?
I guess I'm 26.
Yep. And what religion?
Christian.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's going to be the best argument, but I'm more or less got a question for you. What's your thought on the history of Jesus?
I think that there's evidence that he actually existed. It seems like there are some historians that mention him. The problem is that none of these historians mention him being like the son of God or like magical, supernatural in any way, which means that I can think that Jesus was a real person who actually existed, that he had like a cult following around him, but I have no reason to think that he's actually the son of God.
Okay. So, but that's why I was just kind of curious if you believe in the historical figure of him. Why don't you believe the Gospels?
Because so there's a couple of reasons. They are directly contradictory with each other. Additionally, they're all written completely anonymously, and doubly additionally, they're all written like 40 to 60 years after the fact. So it just seems like these are all like wildly unlikely to have been written by the people that they're attributed to.
I would kind of disagree with the part where you say like they're 40 or 60 years apart. That, I mean, a lot of history wasn't written right at the exact time that it was happening.
Yeah, but it just seems unlikely that like these people lived to be, I don't know, like 80 years at that time, and then in their old age they wrote these manuscripts about this. It just seems like very unlikely.
I get what you're saying, but I think if you read kind of through the entire past the Gospels, you can see a lot of them were doing work for the Christian religion at that point in time, and I chalk that up to them being busy and think, oh, we actually probably should put this in writing, kind of at the end of the day.
Maybe, although I just don't think like what's your evidence that they were actually written by the people who they're attributed to? Like, what's your evidence that Mark was written by Mark, for example?
Yeah, so there's not. I would have to look into that. I know there's not a ton of evidence to that. That's where the faith comes in for me. I know that's not going to satisfy your argument for you.
Yeah, not quite, but
So what's your kind of contradictions to them?
Sure. There's a contradiction in the date that Jesus was crucified. So John claims that it was the day before Passover, on the preparation day for Passover, whereas Mark, Matthew, and Luke claim that it was on Passover. So was it on the day before Passover, or was it on Passover?
I need to do some more research on that and come back to you on that, because there is, from what I could tell, it's an issue in the calendar dates and what they are saying actually is Passover. It's worth a read, though. At least.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like a difference in like the. It just seems like it seems like John was written by somebody very far away who practiced Passover like extremely differently, and thus represents the event in like a completely different way.
I got you. But then and I get what you're saying, like, because obviously there's that contradiction, and like that I need to do more research on it. But like, does all the hyperlinks in the Bible and the fact that so many things are written similar not compel you at all?
What do you mean hyperlinks?
So like, I'm sure you've seen that photo where it shows it's got over 50,000 hyperlinks between the Old Testament and the New Testament.
But what do you mean by hyperlinks? Just that they connect?
Just like,
Because I also don't believe in the Old Testament either. Like, you would need to, in order for this to be compelling, I think I would need evidence of the Old Testament. Plus, I mean, I could write a book pretty easily that's in line with the Old Testament. That doesn't mean that the book is true.
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking like, there'll be verses in the Old Testament that directly reference the one in the New Testament, and we know that those two books are written several years apart. Same way as the New Testament references the Old.
Yeah, but it would be written like hundreds of years apart. So if it was written by a person who is just like in that religion, then they could just have access to the Old Testament and then just reference it. So that doesn't seem too implausible to me. But I also, again, I just don't believe in the Old Testament. So why would I believe in? Why would the hyperlinks mean anything to me?
I think it's just an astonishing fact that a book that is written over that many years.
Breaking the Law. Thank you so much for the auto-renewing subscription. Welcome to the community. W Breaking the Law in the comment section. Appreciate that.
I was just saying, I think it's just kind of astonishing to me, like how many cross references it has on a book that's written over so many years, and that to me is compelling. I get what you're saying. There's a couple contradictions here and there, but there's there's a lot of more, like I said, astonishing things with the commonality between the Gospels, the commonality between the Old Testament, the New Testament.
But I think like if it's the Word of God, if it's divinely inspired, I think there should be zero contradictions. If I witnessed the resurrection of Jesus, I would write that down immediately. I wouldn't wait like 40 to 60 years to write that.
But see, it wasn't a commonality. More back then, there was more of word of mouth was more important than the written word.
Then why did they write it down at all?
I think that's why it was done 50 years ago. They realized, oh, we need to keep this. But that's all speculation. I'm not saying that's fact.
Yeah, I just think that it's like I'm not super compelled by it. I guess I think I would just need evidence to support that.
I got you.
But do you have anything else for me, or should I move on to the next guest?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Thanks, man.
Yeah, appreciate it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 50K likes. We can do this. I believe in us. We got this. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well if you never want to miss a debate in the future. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Skinsley. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. What's up? How's it going? BF, are you there? BF Dreadful? Okay. But keep on double tapping. We're almost at 50K. We got this. If you want to join the community and you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. It's discord.gg/allegedly.ian. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy. I try to be relatively active in the server. And yeah. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Miss Coco, are you there? Okay. Sorry it's taken so long. Hopefully we'll get a guest up on in here soon. But yeah, I also at everyone in the Discord every time I go live, so you'll never miss a live because you'll always be notified. What's up, Ethan? How's it going?
Hey, what's up, man? So I have a question for you. Are you atheist, or like, do you believe in evolution, or what's kind of your belief system?
I'm a naturalist, so I think that the only stuff that exists are like the natural stuff. I don't believe in like anything supernatural.
Okay, gotcha. So like, faith is kind of against what you believe, just any form of faith.
I think that faith there's not like a direct contradiction, but I would reject faith for just other reasons. I think that it isn't a reliable method of arriving at true conclusions, that having a bunch of faith that there's like spaghetti and meatballs in my car engine doesn't put a bunch of spaghetti and meatballs in my car engine.
Right.
Faith isn't a way of arriving at truth, it's a way of coping.
Okay, gotcha. So I'm going to offer a couple arguments. First being the argument of faith, right? So a lot of people who are atheistic believe that, like, if you were to believe in something, that's the direct contradiction. So the way I see it is, statistically, if you were to believe in a Big Bang, that would take more faith than believing in a creator, because the chances of that happening are equivalent to winning the Mega Millions lottery 10 times in a row. So it's just unlikely. And to believe in something like that is to have faith, and that automatically contradicts atheism. So
No, so as I said before, there isn't like a direct contradiction between atheism and faith, although I would reject faith just for other reasons. But also, believing the Big Bang isn't faith, because faith is a belief in the absence of evidence, and my belief in the Big Bang is because of evidence. We know that the Big Bang happened, or at least there's like extraordinarily compelling evidence that it happened, on the basis of one, the universe used to be extremely small. That's true because of the cosmic microwave background radiation. Two, the universe got a lot bigger. That's true because the universe is right now currently a lot bigger. And three, because the universe is continuing to expand. That's true because of the leading models of physics, all believing in a continuously expanding universe. That's the models that make sense and are applicable today. So that's
Right.
not
I just
faith,
mean
that's
as far
evidence.
I just mean as far as the belief in something out of nothing. That takes
Oh, I don't think that it came from nothing.
right. Okay, so that we can agree on. And then the next argument I'd like to move to is historical, right? So there is a lot of historical evidence that Jesus Christ was at least a person that walked among the earth, right?
Yeah,
There's
sure.
evidence as far as testimonial evidence that people have seen him do miracles. There's geological evidence where Jesus was pointing out certain land masses and stuff, and he had accuracy in different Bible verses that weren't really found to be true until a lot later. The Bible also says things like the earth hangs by no strings, saying that it just floats around in space. That wasn't found out until thousands of years later. So for the Bible to make claims like that and be right every single time is kind of compelling, I feel like.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things here. first, I'll go in like kind of a weird order, but um, in terms of like the land masses, I'm not really sure what verses are being referred to, but I don't think it's implausible to say that if somebody that this could have just been a book written by humans at this time who just could identify the land masses because they literally just lived there. To me, this is like saying that Spider-Man is real because New York City existed. I just don't think that follows at all. In terms of like all the things that the Bible got right, saying that it hangs by no strings might be sort of compelling, but I mean, you have two options: either it's floating or it's not floating. So you have basically a 50-50 chance of getting it right. I mean, I have no reason to think that we would be falling, for example. But there's also tons of things that it gets wrong. In Genesis, it says that outer space is water. It gets confused about which came first, the earth or the sun. It gets confused about the shape of the earth. It describes it like clay under a seal. So it says that the earth is essentially flat. There's just really good reason to think that the Bible doesn't get any of these things right. And in terms of the eyewitnesses, I have a key question for you.
Right. And
To
then I'd like to come
prove
back.
the Bible, you need to. I'm just curious. Where can I find this eyewitness account to prove the Bible?
Okay, so there's first I'd like to jump back to this point that you're making, but first I'd like to say the whole thing about the outer space being water, earth being clay. Yeah,
Borma, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate that.
a lot of people back in the day believed that the earth was, sitting on a shelf or on the corner of, whatever space. And it's said that the water being space was, essentially a seal protecting us from the sun, and then it popped, and that's what gave way to the flood and all of that. So that's kind of where that belief came from, that we were kind of surrounded by water, and then whenever God sent his judgment down to flood the earth, that's what that belief is about. So that's kind of where that comes from. But as far as eyewitnesses of the Bible or of Jesus's existence,
Or wait,
mean,
not
there's
of his existence,
literature
of his miracles. What's the eyewitness?
right?
What's
So
the
there
proof that he
is
did
literature
miracles?
outside of even that, as far back as like ancient Mesopotamia, saying that there was, the prophet Jesus, who brought people's sight back, made the lame walk, stuff like that. So there is, literature about that, even in other religions, even in other cultures that weren't directly connected to, Jesus and his testimony with the 12 disciples.
Well, that would be weird insofar as ancient Mesopotamia is around 10,000 years before that.
Oh, my bad. You're right.
But,
I'm thinking of, was it Hammurabi's Code that was kind of,
that's from Mesopotamia.
the
That's
Bible?
way before.
Jesus' life? Okay, right. Sorry. So maybe I'm a little bit cross in my thinking of ancient Mesopotamia, but there are a lot of different testimonials of Jesus's life in different cultures. Mesopotamia was a bad example.
So the only people who are like kind of from the same time period, there's Josephus, which mentions no miracles, and then there was the other one was Tacitus, I think, and also mentions no miracles. They mention Jesus existed as a person, and I think one mentions that he has a brother named James, but there's no mention of miracles. The only mentions of miracles are from the Bible. The book that you're trying to prove is true. But in terms of the flood definitely didn't happen. The question that I'll ask you about the flood is that if the flood happened, how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
Okay, so kangaroos getting to Australia, how does that really disprove the flood?
Because they couldn't if the flood happened.
So are you saying that the ark couldn't have taken them to where they
The ark landed on a mountain in the Middle East. How did they get the ark to the river? Or to like any water?
Okay, well, so that question could be, any animal, right? How did bison get to America? Stuff like
True.
that.
Yeah,
Okay.
equally true, yeah.
So, this is kind of the young Earth theory versus the old Earth theory. How long did it take for animals to spread out and multiply and stuff like that if they were only 2 by 2? Well, the ark was, I forget how long they were sailing, but once they found land, they started to be fruitful and multiply. That's how humans were, dispersed and animals were dispersed. I don't know exactly how animals were, put where they were put, but as water levels rose, animals expanded and left where they were to go to where they were meant to be.
That's just not possible though, right? Because as the water gets lower, there's still like all this water between Australia and the Middle East. The kangaroos can't just go there. Like they can't swim like hundreds of miles.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. I don't necessarily think that like disproves anything. I mean,
Of course it does. There's no explanation for this.
okay. There's like islands that have, are finding new species of lizards and stuff like that. Like you could say, how did they get there? We might never know. But there's a
Yeah,
reason
so
why
there's
we're finding new lizards on little islands and stuff.
yeah, I mean, there's like a couple of ways that these like lizards could have. Well, so first of all, I mean, you wouldn't be able to account for this at all. But I could say that this came from like maybe a bigger species that actually did climb across it during the time of Pangea. But of course, the Pangea predates humans by like a really long time, which means that for me, Pangea is like an acceptable explanation for how these different animals got there. But for you, it's not because it
Actually,
didn't
I don't know
happen at
that
the same
Pangea.
time as humans. It happened like millions, like hundreds of millions of years before humans.
Okay. I don't know that Pangea necessarily disproves the Bible. I mean, the Bible is useful
I'm not saying
for.
that it does.
Huh?
I'm not saying that it does. I'm saying that
Right.
there's like explanations for how the animals got there under like a naturalist worldview, i.e., like an atheist worldview, but there's no explanation for how the animals got there under a biblical view.
Well, if I'm a Christian and I say I believe in Pangea, does that mean I'm not a Christian?
Well, that means that explanation isn't going to suffice to explain how the animals got there, because Pangea happened well before humans existed, or like the splitting apart of Pangea happened well before humans existed, which means the splitting apart of Pangea happened well before the flood happened, which means that you would still have to account for how the kangaroos got to Australia because they all would have gotten wiped out by the flood.
Gotcha. Um, yeah, I mean, I do believe that. So in the Bible, it says that humans weren't necessarily separated until the Tower of Babel, right? They tried to reach God. God gave them all different languages and sent them to the different corners of the earth. Animals, though, I feel like. Oh, I see what you're saying. So if the only animals that existed were the ones on the ark, that is a great question. Hopefully, I mean, with my belief system, I'll be able to, in my eyes, I'll be able to ask God questions like this when I enter heaven. But yeah, I mean, that's why any, biblical theology or any theology takes faith, right? There's things that are going to be unanswered when we're on earth. I know it's not going to change your views and stuff like that, but I don't have an answer for you. If I did, I would be God. But yeah, that is a good question. You kind of stumped me there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good one to think about. I just don't think. I think that this is like pretty conclusive evidence to me. There's just so much evidence that the flood didn't happen, but
Right.
I don't know. That's like
Not
a really easy question to ask to demonstrate that.
right. I will say, however, or I do have a question for you. So, chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea.
Didn't happen.
The finding of the Ark of the Covenant.
Didn't happen.
Woods that predate, or woods that are in the length of however many football fields that kind of resemble the shape of the Ark. What are your explanations for stuff like that?
Yeah, so I mean, if we go through this evidence, I'm not familiar with the Ark of the Covenant stuff, but I mean, if we want to focus on that, I'd have no problem Googling it and checking to see if it's a real thing. In terms of chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea, if you Google the words chariots at the bottom of the Red Sea, the first thing that pops up is an Associated Press article titled Fact Check, false articles claiming that chariots found at the Red Seas, basically saying that there's like, that this didn't happen, not real. In terms of the evidence that the ark was found, or like the landing place of the ark was found, that's just not true. You don't have an ark there. You have like an indent on a rock. That's nothing.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, yeah. So basically, the way I see my faith is I don't think anybody who's ever read the Bible and given it real thought and applied it to their life has ever been negatively affected. I feel like if you were to follow the statutes and beliefs of the Bible and apply it to your life, I think your life would get drastically better.
I just don't
And
think so.
why? You think having a morality system that says stealing is bad, killing is bad, you think that would negatively affect your life?
Well, you can have all those things without the Bible, but I think what would negatively affect my life is the fear of infinite torture for these like finite crimes that you're prohibited from doing like basic things like, I don't know, having sex out of wedlock. And that you'll be tortured forever if you do that, and you need to beg for forgiveness and feel like deeply guilty about it. I just don't think I don't want to live my
Here's the
life in like a
thing.
panopticon where I feel like I'm always being monitored.
Right.
I don't know. You can have a morality system where you do moral things without the Bible at all.
So here's what I think. A lot of people who don't read the Bible with context see God as like wrathful and he hates us because we're sinful and stuff like that. But if you read the Bible with context and an open mind, you see that God's heart breaks for us when we do these things that are against him, right? So at the beginning of creation, God had a view of perfect unison with him. He had a view of Adam and Eve, and life was perfect. Our relationship with him was perfect. And when we quote unquote sin, the word sin means to miss the mark, right? He doesn't hate us for that. He wishes us better, right? When your child hits another kid or doesn't share his toys, you still love him just as much. You're upset with what he did, but you love him. That doesn't change with God, right? He loves us no matter how much we sin or anything like that. He does love us, but he hates our sin. He doesn't enjoy sending us to timeout for eternity, but it's the consequences for our sins, not by his choice, but because we decided to sin and let sin enter the world. That's the consequences for our
Yeah,
actions.
let's explore that a little bit. Do you think it's just? Do you think that a just punishment is proportionate?
Like eye for an eye.
No, well, kind of. Yeah, just that if you were, yeah, kind of. Not necessarily like an eye for an eye that you need to do the exact same thing, but rather just that you shouldn't be like punishing people to a much higher degree than the crime committed. For example, if you stole a candy bar and then they put you on death row, that would be pretty unjust.
Agreed. So the way God sees sin is all equal, right? So murder in his eyes is equal to stealing. And he doesn't see it as, because he's above all of that, he doesn't see it all as equal. He sees us essentially slapping him in the face with any sin that we commit. To him, it's the same as, it's all just slapping him in the face.
Wait, we can harm God?
Come on, I'm using that as,
Could you give like a more specific thing? Because if God's atemporal, I have no idea how our sins could, like our temporal sins can affect an atemporal God.
okay, so in the Bible, it says God is a jealous God. When we give our attention to things that aren't him, or when we're, hateful to another person or something like that, it breaks his heart because he wants the best for us and he loves us.
So, but this still doesn't get around the problem that this is like wholly incompatible with an all good or like an atemporal God. That if God exists outside of time, how can he be jealous? How can he experience like feelings if he's outside of time?
I don't think him being outside of time necessarily means he doesn't have feelings.
Okay, so you would just need to affirm contradictions then, because if you exist outside of time, that means that every moment is exactly the same to you, which means that God feels jealousy constantly, that he feels both jealousy and also not jealousy, that when you worship him, he doesn't feel jealous, but when you do something else, he does feel jealous. So you just have to assert that God eternally feels both jealous and also unjealous.
I don't necessarily think so. I think for us to believe we can see time from from infinite to infinite as a human, I think that is thinking we have the complexity in our brains of God. Like we don't. I don't think I can see time from end to end. So I don't think I can understand the infinite time. I don't.
That's just not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we need to. This just like follows from if you say that God exists outside of time. All time is the experience that there's a difference between moment to moment. We experience that this moment is different from this moment is different from this moment. If God existed outside of time, he would experience all moments not as different but as the same.
Right.
So then that leads to a contradiction because if he's feeling jealous at one time but not jealous at a different time, then he would always be feeling jealous and not jealous, which is just a direct contradiction.
Right. So in the Bible, it says God sees you and created you before, or he knew you before he created you, right? So he knew everything you were going to do. He knew all the sins you were going to commit, all the good you were going to commit. He saw who you married, when you died. He saw everything, right? So he knew all of this. So I guess, yes, he does, he is in a constant state of jealousy.
And do you think that's perfect?
I'm sorry?
Do you think that's perfect?
His is, yeah. I think if your child, right, decides to not share his toys and be rude to another child, I think it's going to hurt you, right? And that's kind of how he is. I mean, there's billions of people that are always, there's a sin in all of us all the time, right? 7 billion people. So for the individual, he might not always be jealous for that person, but as a whole, yes, throughout our days, I think he is jealous for the entire world.
Is perfect love jealous?
His is, yes.
Gotcha. Wait, so you think that it would be like a perfect relationship is one where the partner is always jealous of their partner?
No, I don't think that in a human relationship, but in phileo, the love that we have for God and the love that God has for us, I think that God's love supersedes any other love, right? So when I'm in a relationship with somebody, they come after God. And that's just how it is with Christians, right? And his love, my love for him is supposed to be directly towards him, right? It's not supposed to be a feeling or anything like that. It's supposed to be two connected hearts, right? I'm supposed to love him every day, ask him to come into my life and make me a better person. So for me to turn away from him in my life and, watch things I shouldn't be watching, talk to people how I shouldn't talk to them, that is me saying I don't love God in that moment. And he is jealous in that moment because I put something above him.
But I just don't think that this is very loving. I think that like perfect love is going to be unjealous because you're always going to be loving of your partner, no matter what they do. Insofar as the love is maintained, it's never severed. I think that you're going to love them ideally, undichotomously. That this love is not contingent on anything. That you're always loving them, and you're never feeling like a deep like jealousy or resentment towards them. I think that jealousy is just going to be indicative of like insecurity. So is God insecure?
No, I don't believe so. So
How can you be jealous without insecurity?
Right. So if you have a significant other and you love them, you don't think that they could ever truly do anything to hurt you, but they, are texting another dude or something like that, right? That's going to make you jealous. It doesn't matter if you're married to this person and you've never felt like this way before or anything like that. If they're texting another person, and they're using language that they shouldn't be using with that person, it's going to hurt you, right? Doesn't mean you don't love them. Doesn't mean they don't love you. It's going to hurt you. Does that make you a child? Does that make you a super insecure person? No, but
well, it depends on what the insecurity is. So if it truly is like your partner's cheating on you, then that's like a justified like thing to be jealous and upset about. The problem is that lots of these things, lots of the rules that God gives are like super arbitrary. So in your religion, it seems like there's like I'm just not sure why working on a Saturday or on a Sunday means that you can't love God. Where we could draw like a direct contradiction between like between being loved by your partner and them like cheating on you, where they can't like love you too deeply if they're cheating on you, whereas there's no contradiction in saying that, well, you love God but then also you just like work on a Sunday, or like
Right.
sometimes you do one of those other like countless number of pointless sins that are kind of irrelevant.
Okay, so pointless sins that are kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, like mixing fabrics or whatever.
Right. So this is why you should read the Bible with context and an open mind. So all of those things saying like you can't eat the same meats in the same meal, right? Or like you can't have lamb and chicken in the same meal, stuff like that. You can't wear clothes of the same cloth. That is the old law, right? That's a ritualistic law that says things like you can't mark your body, you can't have tattoos, stuff like that, right?
Could
All
you
of that was
point out-
abolished whenever Jesus died on the cross.
Could you point out to me where it says that you now no longer have to follow any of these, that it's now like a free for all?
Right. So in
What's
the Bible,
what's the verse that says this?
okay, in the Bible, the story of Jesus' life, the reason why he died on the cross, he took all of our sins that we had committed, past, present, future, onto him. God turned away from him. That's why it was dark for a while in the Bible. It says it was dark for days because God turned away from him because he became sin. He became our sin and took the punishment so that we didn't have to. He created a new law, the 10 Commandments, right? So love God, love others.
You think the
love your
Ten
neighbor as
Commandments are
yourself.
from the New Testament?
I'm sorry?
You think the Ten Commandments are from the New Testament?
No, but those new 10 Commandments are the ones that we follow in our lives, not the laws of the
The
ritualistic
New
laws.
Ten Commandments?
I'm sorry?
The New Ten Commandments?
Did I say new 10 Commandments?
But
If
you're
I
saying
did,
that you
my bad.
follow the Ten Commandments, but that's the Old Testament.
Right.
So then you follow the Old
saying-
Testament.
Huh?
So then you follow the Old Testament.
No. Okay. So, sorry. What I'm saying is, whenever God called Moses up and gave him the new 10 Commandments, and when Jesus
The New
Christ...
Ten Commandments? What are the New Ten
sorry?
Commandments?
Huh?
You keep on saying New Ten Commandments.
Yeah. So whenever Jesus died, the old law was abolished, meaning the laws about fabrics, the laws about food, stuff like that.
Yeah, wait, but you're still like you're setting the Ten Commandments, which are Old Testament. But okay, what's the verse that says that you now no longer have to follow any of the rules of the Old Testament? What's the verse?
There isn't a verse that says that specifically. That
Then how do you know
Luke
that that's
10
the
doesn't
case?
say don't follow the old laws. But when you read the Bible given context, it does talk about the new law under Jesus Christ's death. When he died, we no longer have to say no tattoos. We no longer have to say, right. So people in the comments are saying the new law of Moses. There aren't any new law, or there aren't laws saying you can't have tattoos anymore, or you can't wear the same fabrics. Jesus died on the cross so that those sins that we committed back then no longer take a lamb sacrifice. Now we ask for forgiveness. You're saying earlier you said we beg for forgiveness. We don't. God gives forgiveness as a free gift. We just have to ask for it. God will always be in step with us. We just have to turn to him. And that's where the relationship comes into. It's not a begging or anything like that.
So, okay, wait. There's literally a verse that says, then Jesus spoke to the people and to his followers. He said, "The teachers of the law and the Pharisees have the authority to tell you what the law of Moses says. So you should obey them. Do everything they tell you to do."
I think that verse had to have been. Jesus often talked about the Pharisees being wolves in sheep clothing, and that they were false prophets. So I don't know what verse you're reading that from, but if he did say that, I don't think Jesus said that. A lot of times Jesus would talk about the Pharisees being wolves in sheep clothing.
Yeah, wait. So this is Matthew 23:1.
Oh, right. So Neurospicy Cat Lady, sorry to interrupt you. They said that I was wrong because Jesus came to fulfill, not abolish. That's what I meant. He died for our sins so that we would no longer have to, kill a lamb to atone for our sins. But I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah. So the verse is Matthew 23:1 through 3. Yeah, Matthew 23:1 through 3. It just says very directly that you should follow the laws of Moses, but it says nowhere that you should abolish them, that you should get rid of them, which means that
the
it still
laws of
seems like
Moses
you're
are
on
the
the
ones you need to follow. The laws that are ritualistic, the laws of not eating the same meats in the same meal, of not wearing cloths, those are the ones that were abolished.
But
laws of
where does it
Moses
say that those ones are abolished? Because this to me says that you still need to follow the Old Testament, like the Levitical laws and such. if you're off the app, I can't hear you, by the way. But while we wait for you to get that, make sure you double tap on that screen, share it with your friends. Let's get all the way up to 100K likes. You can just leave as many likes as you want. Just keep on double tapping, share it with your friends, do all that good stuff as we make sure you're dropping a follow. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I did misspeak earlier about saying Jesus came to abolish the law. That Miss Cat Lady was correct. He came to fulfill the law, not abolish it, right? So the old law stated that if you were to commit a sin, what you would need to do is find a perfect, spotless lamb, kill it, then your sins would be atoned for. In the New Testament, Matthew, it says Jesus came not to abolish the old law, but to fulfill it. So he was the lamb, he was taking the place of the lamb, which symbolized us dying to sin. He died to sin and took our place, took the lamb's place. So now, anytime that we commit a sin, we are, quote unquote, slaying a lamb by asking for forgiveness.
But the things that were considered sin before are still considered sin.
As far as like wearing cloths, that's ceremonial law. That is not.
Yeah, but there's still like more direct laws. Like, you know, it says that you should unalive your children if they speak evil of you. It says that if your like kid's a bum, that you can unalive them then. There's just like lots of scenarios where it gives like the unaliving penalty to children.
Right. So anytime the Old Testament would mention murdering as an atonement for sin, that is the place Jesus took.
Oh, okay, wait. Fuck. Ethan, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Ethan in the comment section. I appreciate it. Hail, Ethan. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
So do you believe in Satan then? If you're saying
No,
hail
I
Satan?
don't.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's provocative. Gets the people going.
Gotcha.
Okay, wait, but still, it says that this is like it's wrong to like talk back to your kids or to talk back to your parent. I mean, do you think that that was ever right?
No, I think if you were to disrespect your parent, if they were to, so okay, there's this guy who I tend to watch on YouTube and stuff talking about. He used to be a gangster, now he's a Christian, and he was talking about how he didn't have any money for rent. He had $5 in his pocket, and his son was asking him to buy him some gum. He said, "I can't afford it." His son could not comprehend the fact that he couldn't afford to buy him gum, but he had $5 in his pocket. There are some things like that we are not meant to understand. We are just supposed to listen, right? So when we disrespect our parents, they might be telling us not to put our hand on the stove. If we talk back to them, yes, I think that is not okay.
But does that mean that it's justified to unalive them? Why would that ever be the punishment that God puts forward?
It's not any longer. Jesus.
But why?
died
Wait.
for that.
But why would your timeless God ever put that forward?
So okay, a lot of these laws are not necessarily from the Old Testament. God is different than the New Testament God, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that figuratively. The new law is a law of love and forgiveness. The old law was more ritualistic. Yes, it was, stab your eye out if you're looking at something inappropriate. But when you read the Bible with context, you find that a lot of that was, metaphorical or used for teaching, right? So when Jesus was to say things like that, like stab your eye out if it causes you to sin, cut off your right hand if it causes you to sin, he doesn't literally mean cut off your hand. He doesn't literally mean kill your kids. It was mostly metaphorical.
Gotcha. Wait. So essentially, what you believe is that God, like the old God, was like ritualistic, and then he changed into like a more loving God.
Right. So
then God changes. Your unchanging God changes.
No. So it wasn't like he had a midlife crisis or something like that. It was kind of a part of a plan, right? So from the beginning of the Bible, you can see there are Bible verses pointing to us needing a savior to take place of the lamb, right? So Abraham and Isaac, he takes his son up to put him on the altar and kill him because God told him to, right? He said, "If you love me, you'll kill your son." So he takes him up to the mountain, puts him on the altar, is preparing to sacrifice him, and God says, "Wait, don't stab him. I just wanted to test your faith," and he sends a lamb. That is a direct metaphor for later on in the Bible We were supposed to be the ones dying because we sinned. God said, wait, he sent a lamb, which was Jesus. He died.
So I have a question, because you need to reject one of the two. Do you reject that God changes from the Old Testament to the New Testament, or do you reject that God is unchanging?
So God is unchanging as far as his love for us, as far as his...
Did he always have this love
Yeah.
for us?
I'm sorry?
Did he always have this love for us?
I do believe so, yes.
Then why would he ever call for like the unaliving penalty of children? How is
I
that a
don't
loving
think
thing to do?
Okay. I wouldn't... Can you read a Bible verse that
Yeah.
says that?
Yep.
I just want a little bit of context. Sorry.
Yep.
Thank you, Marabu. I like you, bro.
Deuteronomy 21:18 through 21. Let's get a good version of the Bible going. Okay. If someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father and mother, who does not heed them when they discipline him, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his town at the gate of that place. They shall say to the elders of his town, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all of the men of the town shall stone him to death. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, and all Israel will hear and be afraid.
Right. Okay. So I would like to stick to the point where it says stoning, right? So stoning back in the day was, their way of atoning for sin. They would take, harlots and stuff like that to the center of the town, stone them. When Jesus came in, there was a story where there was a woman who had multiple husbands and was, sleeping around, and she was in the center of the town, and everybody started to pick up stones to stone her. Jesus got in front of her, drew a line in the sand, and said, let those of you who have not sinned cast the first stone.
Yeah,
Everybody
that's very
dropped their
nice.
rock and walked away.
That's very nice. But then, why was it? If God was all loving always, how is it loving to command this ever? How could a loving God ever command something like this?
Okay, so in the Old Testament, God was not necessarily... He was with his people during the garden, right? He was not with his people after that. He departed from earth for the most part. He came in like the burning bush, stuff like that. But I think that most of those laws were not necessarily from God. That's why the preachers of the old law in the New Testament, Pharisees, stuff like that, they were often talked down to by Jesus, because the teachers of the old law, the people that told you to stone harlots, stuff like that, Jesus kind of detested them towards the end of the New Testament. And I think, I don't have all of the answers of the Bible, but the way I see that is that was by us. I think those laws saying that we should kill somebody because they did something wrong, I don't think that came from God.
But it came from Moses, who collaborated with God. So it did, unless you reject key parts of the Old Testament, that all like the Ten Commandments come from God, that all this other stuff comes from God. Because Jesus reaffirms, like, there's another death penalty that they give to kids, where it's like, if your kid speaks evil of you, then you should put them to death. And then Jesus says in the New Testament, God said to do that. So you can't say that this is humans making this up. This is God.
All right. One second.
Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Lena.
All right. 1 second. I'm kind of looking up some verses that might help out a little bit.
What specifically are you looking for?
I'm looking for some verses like Romans 6:23 that says, "For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ."
Yeah, wait, but that doesn't answer this. How can a loving God ever command for the unaliving of children?
Right. So a lot of, kind of a parallel to what you're saying, a lot of, atheists nowadays and stuff say like, oh, if God is all powerful, he can't be all good, because a lot of kids like die and get
No,
cancer.
that's not the argument. It's
I know.
not
I'm just
it's not like
saying.
a problem of evil. Well, it is a problem of evil, but it's not that type of problem of evil argument. It's using specifically stuff in the Bible to say, wow, look at this immoral thing that God did. Why would God do this immoral thing? We're not talking about the external world. We're not talking about kids with cancer. We're talking about why would God command for the unaliving penalty of children?
Okay. Let me find some.
I'm just not sure what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'll be 100% honest. Some people in the chat are saying like to say I don't know isn't a bad statement. I'll be honest. Like I said earlier, there are some questions that I don't know the answer to because I am not God. I am a finite being, and my knowledge isn't as vast as his. I don't know the answer to that question. I'll be sure to ask him when I go to heaven, and I don't expect this conversation to end with you. Yes, I'm a believer. I don't expect that, but I would ask that you would approach conversations in the future like you did today, and maybe take a look at the Bible, see try to get context on some of these answers from the Bible, not just from a standpoint of your own beliefs, thinking that he isn't real. Maybe read a couple verses with the idea that he could be, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would love evidence that he is real.
Right.
It just seems like there's lots of evidence that he isn't real. I just can't. I think that it's like grotesque to suggest that. Well, I just need to approach all the verses about like unaliving children from the perspective that he is real and that maybe he did have a good reason for this. I feel pretty confident in saying that no, he didn't. There's
Okay.
no good reason to like unalive kids.
Okay. So I would say for things like that, I would read the New Testament and try to find verses that talk about the old law and transforming into the new law, stuff like that. I don't have answers for you on questions like that. What I believe is Jesus Christ paid the penalty that used to be on us. And so things like that, if your child lies, kill him. I think that Jesus was taking the place of those children in the New
But
Testament.
it was never justified, which means that there was a time where God did something unjust, which means he can't be all good, which means he doesn't exist.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I believe what I believe. And I think it's kind of like we're both kind of beating a dead horse here. I'm not going to change my beliefs, and I don't think or expect you to. But, I believe what I believe. And you've definitely done your homework. I will say that you're clearly an intelligent guy.
Appreciate it, but
The only way to really believe in God is, it's not going to ever be like some intellectual conversation that flips a switch. Like Darwin, he went his entire life believing that, evolution was a thing. At the end of his life, and looking over all his findings.
no. If you want to know what Darwin actually believes, he went his entire early life believing that God was real, that the Christian God was real, and then he looked at all the grotesque evil that exists in the world, particularly in evolution, and concluded that because of the stuff that happens in nature, an all-good God couldn't possibly exist. And he never changed his mind about evolution. There's just no evidence of that.
Okay. Well, maybe I should do a little bit more reading on that, but I had thought that it was the opposite. Like he detested his original beliefs and turned towards God, but maybe I'm tripping.
No, he started out as he was literally studying to become oh no, he was going to become a doctor, but then he started studying like natural philosophy in relation to God, basically.
Right. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, at the end of the day, the thing I want to kind of leave here with, a lot of people are like, "Oh, thank you." Some people are saying I'm getting mixed reviews in the chat, but anyway, the thing I want to leave here saying is God, in my eyes, in my belief system, knows things that we will never be able to comprehend, and a lot of it is kind of just giving it up to Him, trying not to understand something we can't understand. And I know that's not an argument for an atheist or somebody, or like you said, a naturalist, right? That sounds completely dumb to you, I'm sure, saying that I don't know, so I'm not going to try to find out. But ultimately, these questions are only going to be answered when I, hopefully, at the end of my life, see Him face to face. But yeah, I I had a good conversation with you. I
Yeah.
appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. And
Yeah,
I mean,
appreciate it.
hopefully, because I believe what I believe and that's my worldview, I hope that, someday somebody says something that changes your viewpoint and you find Christ, but I'm not going to,
Yep, sounds good. Well,
say
appreciate it.
anything harsh
Yep.
to you, All right. Have a great day, sir.
Yeah, you as well. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Lindsay. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate it, Lindsay. Thank you so much. If anybody else wants to support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly-Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate it. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or Quran, and make sure that you have a real argument which does not involve personal experience. If you make sure you double tap it on that screen as well. Let's get all the way up to 130K. If everyone left like 20 likes right now, we'd already be there. Share with your friends, drop a comment. It's good for the stream. Get it out in front of as many people as we can. If you want to join the community, you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You need to be 18 or older to join. It's discord.gg/allegedly.ian. We talk politics, religion, and philosophy. I notify you every time I go live. And we also do little reading groups every Saturday. This Saturday, by request, I'm just going to go over like some basic, damn, lost my marker. I'm just going to go over some basic philosophy information. What's up? How's it going, citizen?
It is going. Ian? Ian?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Ian.
Nice to meet you. How old are you?
I am 33.
Yeah, and what religion?
No religion, just a true belief in God.
Are you like a Christian, but you just say no religion?
No.
Okay, well, I'm only looking to debate people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If that's not you, it's totally fine. It's just not really what I'm looking for. So if you're in that guest request box, make sure you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. What's up, NMB?
Yeah, so
How old are you?
I'm 22,
Okay, and what religion?
Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the
But-
existence of God?
No, struggled with it in the past.
Okay.
It has taken me some more time. Like I went through a moment where
Wait,
I
I'm
didn't
with no
believe.
personal experience. I don't want personal experience. So do you have
It's not-
something that?
we know we don't want that, but
But you're gonna
I'm
violate my boundaries and keep on going anyway.
no. I feel like the way that you talk to people is like not very like I don't know. It feels like you gaslight.
I just don't know what that means. In what way?
I don't know. It's like you can't let anyone talk.
You can talk if you have an argument. I love arguments.
No, I just it's almost like whenever someone comes on this live, you shut them down so fast.
Yeah, it's a skill. Grr. Let's fucking go.
It's a gur
Grr.
skill. You
Let's
got
go.
that in you.
That's crazy glazing.
But-
Thank you.
I'm like I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you have an argument, I mean, I've just heard all these arguments and they're just all really bad. So if you have an argument, I'll listen to it and I'll just tell you the reasons why it's wrong. Unless it's a really good argument, in which case I'll convert to religion. If it's like a convincing argument, of course.
Okay, so God in my eyes has done a lot in my life, especially, and everything. Like I don't know, I just feel like since you're so heated about this conversation and you're already making a live where you're getting money from this, and anytime that you get the money or you get the roses, you're like, fuck yeah. It's like, okay, we can all see that.
True. Well, yeah,
Like,
if
that's
people want to
very
support the stream,
evident.
they're welcome to.
I don't know. I just
But do you have a reason why God exists, or do I need to move on to the next guest?
God exists because he's done like incredible things in so many people's lives. And if there's this many people coming on here to tell you that, and like again, I'm gonna not trying to convince you any other way because I respect your views. I mean, I care, but it's just wild what I've been seeing.
So in 1 Samuel 15, well, Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66 in
Exactly.
Venmo.
Here we go. $6.
W Cyber, hail Cyber, hail 666, hail Satan, big W Cyber in the comment
Then, yeah,
section.
when you see this and you say that shit,
But
it's
wait,
like,
I'm so
okay,
sorry. I just have a really quick question. So, you said that God's done a lot of good in a lot of people's lives. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Ulan. I was just wondering. So in 1 Samuel 15, he commands the slaughtering of Amalekite infants and children. Could you tell me what good he's done in the lives of the Amalekite infants and children who got genocided? Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Barnabas.
do I know her? Probably not.
Do you know her? It's a group of people. It's like an ethnic group that God commanded the genocide of in 1 Samuel 15. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Saint Barnabas.
Like, I can't tell you that honestly because I don't know them. I don't know the whole group.
Okay. Well, no one knows them now because they're genocided. What about the Canaanites? What good has God done in the lives of the Canaanites, whose slaughter he also commanded? Slaughtering of men, women, and children. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, little Lex Sandy.
That's a personal decision. That's what they're doing. That's
No,
what they're doing. It's a
God commanded
personal
the
decision.
slaughtering of them.
No, he didn't. Did he say to them,
Yes.
"Oh, go and
well,
do
no,
this"?
he commanded the Israelites to go and slaughter them. Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Okay, I can give you verses if you're interested.
God would never do that.
Deuteronomy 7:16. When the
So what do you have?
when the Lord your
Intuition?
God brings you into the land which you go to possess and cast out many nations before you, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than you, and when the Lord your God delivers them over you, you shall conquer them and utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them, nor show mercy to them, nor shall you make marriages with them. You shall not give your daughter to their son, nor take their daughter for your son, for they will turn your sons away from following me to serve other gods. So the anger of the Lord will be aroused against you and destroy you suddenly. But thus you shall deal with them. You shall utterly destroy their altars and break down their sacred pillars and cut down their wooden images and burn their carved images with fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a people for himself, a special treasure above all the peoples on the face of the earth. So yeah, he did say that you should go and take the lives of like all of their children and just like go and genocide them.
No, because God tells us that we should love everyone.
We just read the verse.
I don't know. I don't agree with it.
Okay, so you think you know better than God?
No, not at all. I would never put myself higher than God.
But you say you disagree with it. This was God's decision. Spoofnix, thanks for the $1 on Venmo. Bent like a pretzel.
Look, I think that the only thing I had to say was that since you're so heated, it's gotta be like, I don't know.
No one's
Like
heated.
you're heated. I'm heated.
Nuh-uh.
It's I don't know.
Well, you got anything else? Or should I move on to the next guest?
Well, for you, the viewers would want that.
Yeehaw!
So.
Thank you so much. But if you want that, because I don't know, yeehaw! Thank you so much, Gino. Appreciate that. Because I'm interested in exploring more verses with you. If you want to hear about the other stuff your God's done.
You're not going to convince me to like be on a, I don't know, like my religion is like in my religion. I love God.
Yeah, and that's where we differ because, well, I can't convince you. You could definitely convince me if you had evidence or a good argument. It's just that all the evidence is really bad. So your belief system is completely dogmatic. There's no way to get you out of it. You would have no idea if it's true or not because any evidence you just dismiss. Whereas I'm always open to new evidence. If you have a good argument to convince me otherwise, I'd be happy to abandon my beliefs and join a religion. It's just that there's no evidence.
I don't need evidence because I love him and he loves me. He would love you as well. And I mean, it's just that, you know, I almost feel bad on the fact that you can't like have that hope
So
and
if
that.
God wants me to love him, I would love to be in a relationship with God. I can't be in a relationship with an entity who I don't know exists. I can't be in a relationship with a girlfriend if I don't know that she actually exists. I need to know that she exists in order to be in the relationship. I can't be in a relationship with God unless I know that he exists. If he wants me to believe in him, he could easily convince me that he exists by, sending one of his strongest soldiers with a really killer argument for why he exists, or, with his all power, he could just dip down right now and say, "Hey, what's up? I'm God," and then go back to heaven, and then I'd form a relationship with him because I know he exists. But I don't know he exists right now, so I can't form a relationship with him.
But you don't, because you don't have the hope, and you don't like, and it's beautiful to be able to believe in something like I mean, I honestly don't like. I just I'm dumbfounded right now because I don't know exactly what to say. It's just that I care so much about people and I want you to know that like you're loved even if you don't believe in him.
So hope is also not sufficient foundation to form a relationship with someone. I can't form a relationship with a girl that I hope exists. I need to know that she exists. I can't form a relationship with God if I just hope that he exists. I need to know that he exists. There's no way to form like a meaningful relationship with someone like God. If God wants me to love him, I would be extremely open to loving God. I just need to know that he exists.
But there's no evidence. That's like I mean,
I
well,
know.
there.
That's the problem.
But then, so it's just the whole fact of this is that yes, there's no evidence. So you're a realist. You're just a realist, and that's it.
I'm depends what you mean by I'm a naturalist. I think that the only things that exist are supernatural or are natural. That like supernatural things like God don't exist.
So then
But
that's the only thing that matters at this point because then why are you even doing this stream? If you know that you're a naturalist, then why are you even continuing this?
I'm a
Why are you
naturalist because
like,
I don't have supernatural evidence. But
so
if I
then why
had
do you feel the
supernatural
need to
evidence, then I'd
go
stop the
and
stream.
make then why do you feel the need to post the whole thing like God isn't real? Like why what which that's your belief. That's fine. But
Yeah,
why do
because I
you
want to
feel the
discuss
need
it with
to
people. I
still
want to see
post
what the
this
evidence
and
is.
discuss it so you can make some money?
No, it's because I like discussing it. I like discussing philosophy. So if someone has good evidence that I should believe in God, I would love to believe in God. It's just that there's no
Really? Because it
evidence.
doesn't sound like you would.
Oh, of course I would. I want to believe true things. If God exists, then believing in him would be the
Because
true thing to
you're a
do.
naturalist, so there's no fucking reason to go and put this out on a live stream, make people mad, and you knew that you were gonna make people mad about this because you knew it would spark some shit up.
Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo.
Yep, this is
W
exactly what I'm
Cyber,
talking about.
hail Cyber, hail 666, hail Satan. I appreciate it, Cyber. If anybody else wants to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian.
It's exactly why you did this because you knew it was gonna spark, and it makes a profit on your end.
Well, I mean, I spend lots of time doing this. I mean, why shouldn't I be able to monetize it? If people want to donate, nobody's forced to donate, nobody's forced to gift. It's their choice. If somebody wants to support the stream, they're more than welcome to do so. If
I mean,
I
shit,
could do the
yeah.
exact same thing as like a Christian. I could be a Christian and be like, hey, God is real, and then if somebody wanted to support the stream, because I spent lots of time doing this, yeehaw, thank you so much, Duchess, because they appreciate the effort and they want to support it, because it's easier for me to do streams, and especially do longer streams, when I have this kind of financial support. So
I mean, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong on that.
Laura,
because
thank you so much for the $6.66 because it pisses her off, LMAO. W Laura, hail Laura, hail 666, hail Satan. Kevin, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo. Lawson, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Lawson, hail 666, hail Satan. Cyber Boba Fett, thank you so much for the 20 cent subscriptions. W Cyber in the comment section, just add, thank you so much. Twetsky, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo, on Cash App. Hail Twetsky, hail 666, hail Satan. Scott, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Scott, hail 666, hail Satan.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah, I know.
It's pathetic.
I don't know. I don't see what's pathetic about it. I love
don't know.
philosophy and I love talking about philosophy, but do you have like reasons why God exists, or is it just this tone policing?
It's just someone who cares a lot about people, and when I see someone who's definitely like needing like God,
I don't need an imaginary friend. I'm perfectly capable of surviving on my own without Bronze Age fairy tales. I just don't know why I would ever want to add a god to my life when my life is like perfectly fine without it, and I also just have no evidence of it.
I mean, shoot, I guess there's really nothing to prove here. I mean, like with how you're gonna think about it, because what I'm hearing is that you're never gonna have an open mind.
I already have an open mind. I love arguments. Haley, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Haley, hail 666, hail Satan. Brooke, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Brooke, hail 666, hail Satan.
Do you hear yourself right now?
Yeah, it's provocative, gets the people going.
Whew. It's making me heated.
There's nothing to be heated about. You gotta be cool as a cucumber.
I don't know. It's just like, yeah, anytime there is any type of donation, you just go off.
Yeah, I mean, it's because I appreciate it. You know, they don't have to donate, and I'm really grateful that they do. It's very kind of them that they appreciate the stream so much, that they feel like contributing something that they could use to like their own benefit, but instead they want to give it to me. That's very kind of them. I appreciate all my donos like very deeply, and I just want to thank them. Kevin, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Kevin, hail 666, hail Satan. I appreciate that. But can I ask you about more verses in the Bible? Are you interested in talking about your book more, or?
Gonna be honest, I don't know many like verses, but I do know the love that he's given me.
Okay, so maybe you should look into the verses. I mean, why would a loving God say that it's okay to own slaves? That's not very loving.
I mean, my life has changed so much once I got to the church.
Cool, and my life changed so much when I left the church.
So you have a vendetta against it because you were in the church and then something made
Not
you
at all. No, of course not. No, I just think that we should believe like things that are true and logical. Lots of people base their life, their actual life decisions on this like fairy tale, on a Bronze Age fairy tale. That's insane. We need a society which is built on critical thinking. I think that the stream gives people the tools to actually critically think and evaluate these beliefs and expose them for what they are. Nonsense. Infexus, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Infexus. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I know I don't have all the right facts to be able to go and argue with you because I don't want to do that, but at the same time, it's like, I know why you're doing this.
And why am I
know
wait?
why
Ryan, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Ryan. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Appreciate it, Ryan. Well, I do this again because I just like philosophy. I think philosophy is super, super interesting. I think that it's like a vast and unexplored expanse, and I think more people need to. Fuck! I turned it on. More people need to be brought philosophy. I think that the conversations are really interesting when they're good, and I don't know, it's fun. I like it. Joshua, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Joshua, hail 666, hail Satan, and Bubblemint, thanks for the extended subscription. Glad you're here. Oh, okay. I accept your surrender. Folded like an omelet, or folded like a chair, scrambled like a chair, reformatted like a chair, crushed like a chair, baked like a chair, shattered like a chair, folded like a chair. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Through in my bio. What's up, Vea? How's it going?
Hey man, all good.
Yeah, how old are you?
Sorry?
How old are you?
29.
Yeah. What religion?
Christian.
Okay. Target Zero, thank you so much. Appreciate it. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience? Gino, thank you.
I don't know, man. There's a lot. I just wanted to jump on and just listen to what you had to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just asking you, why do you believe in God? What's the argument that doesn't involve personal experience that might convince a non-believer?
Well, I'm not the person to ask about that. I just wanted to jump on and see what you believe in, really.
Yeah, well, I'm an atheist, so do you have an argument, or should I move on to, do you want me to make an argument, or?
Yeah.
So let's keep it like super simple. We can just do like an evidential problem of evil. If God's all good, then why would he make malaria, a disease which has taken the lives of one out of every 2 humans? Why would God make malaria?
I don't think God made the world perfect at the start. I think it's more so when, we inherited the earth and we did that ourselves.
That's not true,
good.
though. Because we know that malaria existed before humans existed, which means that humans can't be the cause of malaria. We literally have a fossilized mosquito that has malaria in it.
Mm.
So why would God make malaria?
I couldn't answer that.
CJ, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail CJ, hail 666, hail Satan. Appreciate that. Ooh. Okay, so we have no answer to that one. That's a pretty strong one. We could do same thing with like natural disasters. Why would God make natural disasters which take the lives of hundreds of thousands of people every year?
Couldn't tell you, man.
Okay. If God wants me to love him and wants a relationship with me, why would he remain hidden? I can't form a relationship with someone who I don't know exists. But if God existed, I would love to know about it, and I'd love to form a relationship with him. All I need is evidence that he exists. So why would God stay hidden from us?
Good point.
Do you have anything else for me, or should I just move on to the next guest? All right. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If you don't do that, not going to talk to you. And that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Let's get all the way up to 175k likes. If everyone left 20 likes right now, we'd already be there. So just get double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping a comment as well. Good for the health of the stream. Yeehaw! Thank you, Itachi, so much. Appreciate that. What's up, Willie?
Hey,
Jenny, thank you so
nice
much for the
to see ya.
$6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Jenny. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I appreciate that, Jenny. I'm sorry, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 29,
Yeah, and what religion?
but I'm a Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to talk over you. I just wanted to say thanks for bringing me on. I've been watching
Yeah, of
this a few
course.
days, and I've been seeing what you're doing, and the stream's very entertaining, and I'm happy that I'm finally on here. This is really great.
Yeah. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
So, I like the arguments that you were using previously with the previous guest, but if I'm to make an affirmative argument, I think that Aquinas's 5 proofs are all very strong.
Okay.
But to make the argument for the guests, essentially, everything in existence has a contingent existence, meaning if my parents weren't alive, I wouldn't be alive. So my existence is contingent on them. My shadow is contingent on my existence. So everything that exists is contingent on other things that exist, which means there must be one thing that is not contingent on other things.
Okay, so the problem with this argument is that it falls into modal collapse. So this argument works by like trying to draw a distinction between necessary and contingent, but you're saying that there's this like at the very start of the chain, there's this necessary thing. But of course, if this thing is necessary, then the thing that it does is necessary, and then the outcome of that thing is also necessary, and then the outcome of the stuff that does, that cause does, is also necessary. It turns all these contingent truths into necessary truths. That everything in the universe would then be a necessary truth.
Okay. So I've never actually heard anybody respond intelligently to the proofs. So this is really good. So modal collapse. So you're saying that the creation of this non-contingent being would also all be eternal and necessary?
Yeah, essentially, right? So if let's say that it's a necessary fact that I drop the ball, that means it's also going to be a necessary fact that the ball drops, and then according to like the laws of physics, it's then further necessary like everything that the ball does. So you just apply that on like a universal scale, that every event now becomes necessary.
Okay.
It's like there are no contingent facts at that point.
So I see the argument that you're making, but I don't see how you can make the leap, like the logical leap between there being one non-contingent being that all other contingent beings are dependent on, saying that therefore that means that everything must be eternal and necessary.
So it's not that everything must be eternal, but rather that every event, every state of the world then becomes necessary. Which leads to like really bad places with the problem of evil. That you then need to affirm that God like necessitated the Holocaust, necessitated like Jeffrey Epstein, necessitated like all of this like crazy evil stuff.
Let's talk about the problem of evil then.
Okay. I like natural problem of evil, all else equal. So do you, I can just ask you like the basic question. If God's all good, why do kids have cancer? Why does he allow kids to be unalived by cancer?
Right. So similar to the last guest, I would say that God made everything perfect, and then humanity brought sin into the world.
Okay, so just like the last guest, I'm just going to tell you that that's not true, because we know that cancer existed before humans. There are literally dinosaur bones that have bone cancer, which means that cancer existed long before humans.
Okay. So trying not to sound silly, but if I sound silly, I guess that's fine. I'm kind of like a silly guy, I think.
That's okay.
Why the same standards that we're applying to God and the Bible in this rigorous, scrutiny, which I like. Why do we trust the fossil record and the sort of you're appealing to like a fossil record and the carbon dating and things like this as if it's an absolute truth, but I don't see why it is, especially given the problem of induction in the scientific method.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So, just because so science obviously operates on a principle of empiricism that we don't hold like these things to be true in like the most absolute sense, but it's just that like every time we've observed the phenomena, it acts this way. So customarily, we're going to treat it as acting this way. We don't use carbon dating to date something like a fossil bone. We would probably use like uranium lead dating, which is accurate up to like 4.5 billion years, and that's just math. If you agree that we actually do know the decay rate of uranium-238, for example, then you are also forced to agree that we know exactly how old all of these fossils are, which means that we could just rely on it that way. That we know humans came around 200,000 years ago. We know this because the thing that we came from stopped existing around 200,000 years ago, and then humans started existing. So this dinosaur bone is like 77 million years old. So it's just like lots older, which means that humans can't be the cause of cancer if cancer is so much earlier than humans.
Right. Okay. So then let me be more aggressive with it. So I'll say, I don't know anything behind the carbon dating, uranium, lead, all that stuff. So can you justify that right now?
Yeah.
How do we know based on uranium and particles?
Yep. Okay. So there's these things called zircon crystals. Zircon crystals, when they form with no lead in them. They're extremely like lead resistant in their formation. That's just a geological fact. So when they form, when we evaluate them right now, we know that any lead that exists within a zircon crystal came because of radioactive decay. These zircon crystals also attract a large number of like uranium particles, for instance. So the way that we actually date these things, we know what the half-life of uranium is and how long it takes for uranium-238 to turn into lead. And we can tell based on that exactly how long it's been by comparing the ratio of uranium atoms to the ratio of lead atoms. That's how we know exactly how old these things are.
Okay. So given that all of that is true, right? That there's not some kind of foundational error in mathematics or foundational error in our observations of any of these things, which is technically possible.
I agree. There's just no reason to think that that's the case, but I agree. Yeah.
Sure. So just assuming that there's no foundational errors that we're not aware of, wouldn't I need to go and do all of these experiments myself for me to understand and believe that this dating method that you're appealing to as if it's objectively true is true?
Not at all. We outsource our like thinking and figuring things out literally all the time. You didn't build your car, but you have no problem driving your car. You didn't build your phone, but you have no problem like using your phone. The fact of the matter is that we have literally no reason to think that the scientists are lying. And if you really, really wanted to, you probably could go and do that. There's just like we don't have time to verify like every basic fundamental fact before we turn like the keys in our ignition. We just trust that the people whose job it is to do it correctly did it correctly.
Right, absolutely. And I would agree with you there 100%. But the problem is when we're debating like we are now, especially in terms of objective facts, then you're appealing to the carbon dating system as if it's an objective fact, objectively, irrefutable.
No, just like that all this is it's customarily true because customarily we know what the half-life of uranium-238 is. If this got disproven, this would be the biggest thing in probably like the history of history. How unlikely it is for this to not be the case when it's literally exactly what we observe the entire field of chemistry would be
Right.
changed instantly and irreparably if this turns out to be false.
Absolutely.
But chemistry has been reliable. Chemistry gets things right. Like it seems an awful lot like we have a really good understanding of chemistry just based on the fact that when we do chemistry, every single time it's followed the laws that we believe it does.
Yeah, absolutely. But as you know, the problem of induction, just categorically, like everything you're saying, the argument towards reliability is destroyed by the problem of induction, which, you know, I'm sure you know, but just quickly for the viewers, the problem is that Bertrand Russell, the famous atheist, he gives the example that every day of a turkey's life, he sees the farmer and gets food. And so it's natural for the turkey to believe that the farmer brings food, and that's an absolute law of the universe. But one day, the farmer shows up and he doesn't have any food. Instead, he has a knife and he cuts the turkey's head off, and that's the end of the turkey, right? And that's a parable for the problem of induction, which is just because there's a large quantity of observations does not necessarily mean that those observations derive any correct universal laws.
Yeah, that's true, but we need to treat them as customarily true. Otherwise, our entire existence collapses.
Right,
At that point,
exactly.
if we reject the problem of induction, like I can't prove that there's a person in front of me. It's
Yeah.
just that every single time there's like that I think that there's been a person in front of me, it seems an awful lot like there has been. That like
Yeah.
it seems like my senses are reliable just based on the number of times I've used them and that they've been reliable.
Right.
The only way that we know our senses are reliable are through induction. There's no way to prove that your senses are like 100% reliable. So if you reject induction as a method, then you just collapse into global skepticism.
Absolutely. And I would agree with you completely, which is why I would say as a Christian that faith is the only way to actually interact with reality at all. Going back to what you said, that you have to trust that when you turn the key, that the engine's going to turn on. Ultimately, it's an act of faith that you can interact with reality at all.
I disagree. I think that there's like two things here. First, I think that turning the key in the ignition, that's not faith, that's evidence. Every time other people have turned their keys, it turned on. Every time that you've turned your key, it's turned on. You just have really good reason to think that that's going to be the case as well. It's possible that that doesn't happen, but you just have really good justification for thinking that is the case. But I ground my epistemology not in faith, but in something called phenomenal conservatism, which is basically just that if something seems to be a specific way, then you have good on-face justification for believing that to be the case, unless you have reasons to think otherwise. Now, it's very possible you're wrong, but seemings seem to give us a good indication of how things are, that if it seems like there's a person in front of me, I can assume that there's a person in front of me. It's possible there's not a person in front of me, but it shifts the burden to the skeptic to prove that that's the case. It's in line with all my other beliefs, and it seems to be the case. Therefore, I'm justified in believing that it's the case. Whereas in faith, there's no foundation. You can have faith in lots of things. That doesn't make it true. I can have faith that there's spaghetti and meatballs in my car engine. Doesn't make it true.
Right. Absolutely. But faith precedes observation in every sense. No?
I don't think so. I think that seemings precede every observation, that we have an intuition, that there's parts of our brain that activates that basically says that something is intuitive. 2 plus 2 equals 4. That's intuitive. You could teach that to anybody and they would intuitively understand it. I don't think that it's like a leap of faith. I think that there are seemings that are in line with our intuitions. And these intuitions evolved to basically lead us in the right direction. So
Yeah.
we just follow the thing that we were evolved to do.
Okay. So ultimately, to go back to the initial problem of evil, the fossil record seems to prove that malaria and various things like you're pointing out come before human beings. Therefore, human beings couldn't possibly have created malaria, right?
Yep, essentially.
Right, but it only seems to be the case. There's no way.
Yeah, but that gives us strong on-face judgment. So it's we assume the truth of our senses just based on the seemings that they're reliable. If our senses aren't reliable, then like we're kind of fucked regardless. But
Absolutely.
if
Yes.
we just need to we're justified in thinking that our senses are reliable because every time we use them, it seems like they're working reliably.
Yeah.
It's possible they're not, but like that's a completely separate conversation. So based on our senses, we gather evidence and data, and it's based on this evidence that we know how old something like a fossilized mosquito or a dinosaur bone with cancer is. And it's based on that we also know around when the first humans came, and we can just compare the dates and say, wow, this dinosaur bone with cancer is way older. Wow, this like mosquito with malaria is way older.
Right, right. And just to, I guess, express where I'm coming from, like how you said, if, like you're pointing out that there are a lot of philosophical dead ends, right? Like collapsing into absurdity, right? I would lean into that, right? I would say that those collapses into absurdity are more absolute than instead of just looking at them as if they're a mathematical, nonsense, right? Like you're doing math and you get this outcome that's obviously not true, so you just disregard it. But these collapses into nonsense, like Zeno's paradox, right? Like motion being impossible, knowledge being impossible. I think all of these are actually the true ends of philosophy, and these are actually the reasons why we need God, because God is our salvation from those the absurd collapse into like a black hole of nonsense.
Yeah, I think I just disagree. So I don't want an absurd worldview, but the way I'm capable of getting out of an absurd worldview without God is just the process that I've already laid out: phenomenal conservatism, that our seemings give us prima facie justification for a belief in a proposition, just that we have, we're justified in holding like X, Y, or Z belief, just based on seemings, insofar as these seemings are in line with everything else that we know about ourselves. But I think that presupposing God actually causes a huge problem, that you can literally only get out of this by like hoping, but you can only get out of radical skepticism by hoping that you're out of radical skepticism, because you have no reason to think that God isn't just lying to you about everything, and that you actually aren't just like a brain in a jar. So it's, under the atheist worldview, we have good reason to believe in reality, whereas under the like God worldview, you need to take the agnostic stance as to whether reality actually exists, because you need to take the agnostic stance as to whether God would make reality exist, or instead just make it all an illusion.
Right, exactly. The Descartes brain in the vat classic matrix, which is of course why we emphasize faith and why we believe that God is good, and we understand that there is no logical system of proofs that we can use to escape that. It's strictly faith. But I hear what you're saying, and I just want to reiterate, I think that you don't. So in other words, you don't believe in an absolute truth. Is that right?
Depends what you mean by that.
Well, it just seems like the only truth that you can arrive at is something that seems like truth, and that's what's good enough for you. Is that?
You can arrive at true conclusions, but whether or not you know absolutely that they are true conclusions is a different matter. So if we take, let's just like ignore Gettier cases and let's take knowledge to be like justified true belief. Now, I think seemings give you justification, and if the belief is true, then you have knowledge in that instance. That if you believe that there's a person in front of you because it seems like there's a person in front of you, and in reality it is the case that there's a person in front of you, then you actually did know that entire time that there's a person in front of you, even if you don't know that you know that. I still think that you're capable of obtaining like some objective truths about the fact of the matter.
Okay. And so going back to the original example, when we're appealing to the fossil record, you're not claiming that that's absolutely true. You're just claiming.
I'm saying that that's like, if that's not true, then all of science, like all of chemistry, we just knew nothing about chemistry this entire time, and we just have a mountain of evidence to suggest that actually we do know things about chemistry. So we just have, I don't know, like millions of data points to suggest that this is the case. I'm not saying that it's like infallible. It's always subject to critique. Science is always subject to critique and revision. And if new evidence comes out that would disprove it, I just have no reason to throw out like millions, if not billions, of points of data for the reliability of chemistry on the possibility that there could come out a new point of data that shows that it's actually unreliable.
Sure, absolutely. But categorically speaking, the claims of science and the claims of religion are just fundamentally different, no? So how can you use a scientific claim to argue against a religious claim? It's fundamentally different, where religion, the claims of, the Bible, whether logically inconsistent or not, are making a claim that is fundamentally different than the fossil record, no?
I disagree with this. So, if you make a claim about reality, about like physical, like natural reality, about the things that are present in nature, then you've entered into science's domain. If you cite the fall as the reason why malaria or cancer exists in the world, then you've entered into the domain of science, because that's a claim about the actual world. If this claim is true, then we would expect a couple of things empirically to be the case. We would expect malaria to only come into existence when humans come into existence. We would expect cancer to only come into existence when humans come into existence. But that's not true. That didn't happen.
Assuming that the fossil record is an 100% objective truth.
That it's we treat it as customarily true. Just that all the evidence suggests that we are doing science correctly, this like really basic science correctly.
Yeah,
if we're not
exactly.
doing basic science correctly, then we're fucked anyway. But
Exactly. Yes. So, and that's what I'm saying, right? Which is the claim I'm making is completely different than the claim you're making. I'm saying that the account in the Bible is 100% objectively true. It's not customarily true. It is true in a absolute sense.
oh, prove it.
Now we're getting into whether or not you can prove that there's an objective truth, and your entire worldview is set up around skirting the need for an absolute truth.
But at that point, it would just be an internal critique, because I would just be waiting for you to provide the evidence that the Bible story is true.
Right. So the way that you phrased it is, let me provide an internal critique of the way that you've phrased the question, which is, provide me evidence of an absolute truth. That itself is contradictory. There is no evidence of absolute truths because they are transcendent.
But I'm asking for the proof. Prove the absolute truth.
Yeah, exactly. So you're asking for a scientific proof, or
Not necessarily.
right?
So you could if you could give like the deductive argument for why,
Right.
like for why the creation story in Genesis is true.
Yes.
Then that would be like pretty rad. But I
Yes.
just don't. That seems like grotesquely impossible. Like
Yes,
even thinking about
yes.
that, I don't even know where
I
you would
agree.
start with a proof for that. But
I
you're
agree.
trying to make the claim that my worldview is not as good as your worldview, because my worldview is only like 99.9999999% certain that we're doing
Yes.
like basic chemistry correct, whereas your worldview is like 100% certain that we're not. But my worldview is supportable by facts that we would both agree to about reality, whereas your worldview is supported by, I'm not sure what your worldview is supported by, but I'm curious.
By faith.
Okay, why? So faith to me is just a belief in the absence of evidence. It's pretending to know things that you don't actually know. Why would I want to pretend to know something that I don't actually know?
So I would argue that whether or not you admit it, your belief system is foundational on faith. And I would go back to say that logic itself, right, these foundational systems that must be true for science to be true, like you said, a deductive argument for why God is absolutely true, you're appealing to deductive reasoning and to logic. And what I'm saying is that logic itself cannot justify itself, right? That's a logical fallacy. So in order for logic to be true, you have to ignore the logical fallacy, in the same way that in order for God to exist, you have to arrive at a point that is a logical fallacy, which is, why does God exist? The answer is because God exists.
Oh, so just begging the question.
God is
So
a
God exists because God exists?
Absolutely, yes.
So circular reasoning?
Yes, 100%. Yes. But the foundation of logic is also circular reasoning.
Would you mind telling me why my power strip doesn't work?
Because it's not God.
But I'm asking you, could you tell me why the power strip doesn't work?
Because it's a categorically different being than God is.
But like in the context of the power strip, why does the power strip not work?
In the context of the power strip, it's not God. It is a unique property of God that God exists because God exists. That's what makes him God.
Yeah, I mean, so if you accept logic, then how do you have a God that violates logic?
Because he's transcendent above logic. Logic is not greater than God. God is not bound by logic.
You don't want to do that one. I think that that's like, I think that's like the first serious blunder in the conversation to say that God exists outside of logic, because then you just have to affirm all the nonsense questions. Like you have to, like, does God have the power to make a rock that he doesn't have the power to lift?
Well, I just want to say, as kind of a side note, that that you said that's the first blunder in the conversation, and that's, you flattered me, so thank you.
Yeah, I don't know, because I think no, I don't know. I think you've been doing like really well. You've done way better than any other guest I've talked to so far. But
Well, I just want to say I'm really enjoying this, and
Yeah,
but
me
if anybody in the chat and everything, if this is killing your life, feel free
no,
to.
not at all, not at all. You're doing great.
Thanks.
I'd have this conversation even if it dropped the viewers down to 3, but luckily it's not doing that either. So
Okay, so let's talk about the can God make a stone too heavy for him to lift?
yep.
Right. So if God's transcendent above logic, then he would have to be able to do that.
And
Is that what
do you
you're
think that he has the power to lift the stone that he can't lift?
Right.
So he can lift the stone that he can't lift.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, wait.
No, I
I'll
didn't-
launch like a better one because it seems like you're like intelligent enough to track this argument. I think that this leads to just an outright, like a universal rejection of the law of non-contradiction. Does God have the power to make the sun both exist and not exist at the same time?
Right. And then any way I answer it, it contradicts God. So maybe I would just say I can't answer that question, or there isn't an answer to that question.
Okay. So rejecting questions is okay, as I'm sure you know. If there's like a presupposition that you like within the question itself that you reject. For example, if I asked you the question like, "Have you stopped like beating your girlfriend?" You could say, "I reject that question. I don't beat my girlfriend," and that's like a totally valid rejection because it contains like a premise, like a presupposition that you disagree with. So if you're rejecting the question, what's the presupposition that you're rejecting within the question?
So I guess I would respond with a Bible story, which the story of Jonah, which I find endlessly fascinating because it's a story in which God tells Jonah, prophesies through Jonah, events that will happen in the future, and those events end up not happening, right? So it kind of seems to be applicable with this question here. And so within that story, it displays, I think, this mystery that you're talking about. But I do think that there are ideas and things that are just too big for us here and now. So I guess the honest question is, I can't answer that. But it's a really good point.
Okay. Damn, this conversation's like fascinating. Do you have anything else, or should I move on to the next guest? Because I like, and let me be clear, I'm gonna drop you a follow if you ever want to come back up again in the future. Because this conversation was like just fantastic.
Yeah, it was good. I'll definitely let you get to the next guy, Ian. Thank you very, very much. If anybody's interested, I do Christian apologetics masculinity on TikTok, but it was amazing, and thank you, Ian.
Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, big W guest in the comment section. I appreciate that guest. It's always so kind. I love it when the conversation can be like good faith and philosophical instead of like whining about whatever. The person who said so boring in the comment section, you weren't tracking, but big W guest, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 200K likes. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well if you never want to miss a debate in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. And if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't do any of those, not going to talk to you. With that, we'll go to the next guest. But keep on double tapping, sharing it with your friends. If you're 18 or older, you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's also discord.gg/allegedly.ian. Only join if you're 18 or older. What's up, Pastor?
Hi there, Ian. How are you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 44.
And what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, I would say that neither of us can prove what happened beyond the singularity. So anyone who says they can prove God doesn't exist has as much faith as I do that God does exist.
Oh, that's not true, because we have evidence for what happened before the singularity. So we know that dark energy is getting weaker right now, that the effect of it is getting weaker right now, which indicates that the way that the universe is going to end is in the same state as what it began in, that the universe is going to crunch back in on itself as it stops expanding, which will put it right back into the same state as the singularity. Which means that we can infer based on that the universe goes through cycles of big bounces and big crunches. And we can also infer, based on just some arguments about time, as well as like the quantum eternity theorem, that the universe has always existed. So we can infer things about what happened before the Big Bang.
How can you show what caused the universe to come about?
Just by
So
knowing the... Yeah, go for it.
how do we know there's not, say, multiverses all created by different gods?
That would be an awfully weird thing for you to believe if you think that God is sovereign over the reality. I have no reason to think that there's multiverses created by multiple gods. But I can have arguments for why creation of the universe is impossible, which means that if the universe exists right now and it doesn't have a beginning, then the universe always existed.
But why does it need to have always have existed? What evidence do you
Yeah.
have that it
Mhm.
always existed?
Yep, I'll give you the
Because
argument.
everything has to have a start point.
Yeah, so the evidence is just going to be a pretty simple argument. It has 5 premises. The first premise is that a beginning is a change of states. The second premise is that a change of states is a change. Third premise is that a change requires a before and after. Fourth premise, a before and after requires a past, present, and future. And the fifth premise, that past, present, and future requires time. If you agree with all 5 of those premises, then we would have it that a beginning requires time, which means that time itself cannot have a beginning, because in order to have beginnings, time must exist, but if time hasn't begun yet, then it doesn't exist. So time would both need to exist and not exist if time has a beginning, which is a contradiction. So we don't have contradiction, so instead we infer that time has always existed.
Okay, both you and I are computer scientists. I'm doing a PhD in game technologies at the moment. I've just been given a resubmit at my Viva. So, who wrote the computer program?
Who wrote the computer program? Well, the quantum eternity theorem would suggest that it's wasn't written by anybody, that it's just always existed this way.
But you say that there has to be a change. There has to be a change. So somebody had to type run.
The opposite, that there couldn't have been a change, because if there was a change, then time would have already existed. That there couldn't have been a beginning.
But that doesn't make logical sense because everything has to have a beginning. Your life had a beginning.
Does God have a beginning?
I would argue that God has the power to create themselves.
Oh, so God was created by who?
God.
Oh, and before God was created, did God exist?
They had the potential to exist.
But before God existed, did God exist?
That would be a contradiction, and as you know, Thomas, what's his name,
Aquinas?
Aquinas said you can't have contradictions in theology.
Mm-hmm.
Else defeating the point.
Yeah, so a question can't be contradictory because it's a question. It's not like a statement about truth or falsity. Contradictions are things that happen between two statements, but a question is a question. So did God exist before he was created?
To answer that question, my personal view would be that God always had the potential to exist, but had the power to create themselves.
That seems like just obvious nonsense that a potential thing can't affect the actual world.
That when your guest just said I'm not a pastor, I'm a workplace chaplain. I'm not ordained by any church because I don't believe in many of the things the Orthodox religions believe in.
That's fine, but it's just going to be a universal truth that that a potential thing can't affect like the actual world. So if I have a future child, my future child can't affect like the right now because they don't exist yet.
That's an interesting point, but it depends whether you look at the universe in terms of an expanding state that is predetermined. So your future child is predetermined because as time is going, your child will eventually appear along that timeline. So,
That's fine, but that doesn't really help you out here insofar as like that would be the child being actualized. But what I'm asking is if potential things can affect like the actual reality before they're actualized. The implications of this, the obvious answer to me at least, is no, they can't. Potential things can't affect actuality because they are potential. Similarly, God cannot create himself because God would be potential, and potential things can't affect actuality means that it makes no sense to say that God created himself. Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Sarah. Appreciate it.
well, that's what I believe, that God created themselves, because I can see no logical way for life to come about other than through a divine being
Why couldn't
starting.
the why couldn't the universe have just created itself?
Well, it follows your same argument then. The argument you just made about God would follow for the universe.
No, not at all. Because I think that the universe has just always existed. I think time has always existed. Whereas you think that God has at one point not existed, but then he created himself. In order to create, you need to exist, but God didn't exist, and yet he created himself. You can't create yourself. That's just nonsense.
Well, just as it's nonsense that the universe can come about by itself.
I don't think it did. I think it's always
That's
existed.
I know you probably hate the term for it, but that's called the nature fallacy.
No, the natural fallacy is saying that because something is the way in nature, that it ought be this way. What I'm making is an argument that the universe has always existed by appealing to the fact that time has always existed.
And I would say, based on what I understand about God, he didn't they didn't need a concept of time in order to create the universe.
Akono, thank you so much for the $2 on Cash App. That's a really funny message. Yeah, then it just seems like God's illogical because what I mean when I say time is a sequence of events. Now, you would have to be forced to say that that it's actually like something just completely different to God. That time isn't time to God, and that's just a contradiction because time can't both be time and also not time.
Well, if God created themselves and
I
came into
I don't
existence
grant that.
outside of time, then they would kind of have to create the universe in absence of time, and it would look like the universe had always been there.
Okay, wait. So are you saying that at one moment in time God didn't exist and then God created himself at the next moment?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So then God existed in time. So time already existed before God if there's a distinction between moments.
I would say it was God existed before time existed, and God existed at a time where time didn't exist.
A time without time.
God is atemporal.
How can you have a time without time?
Because that's the only point at which there could be, if you like, nothing. So do you use C sharp at all?
Do I what?
Do you use C sharp at all?
I don't know what word you're saying.
C sharp, the programming language?
Oh, I don't know C sharp. I'm more of a Java and Python person.
Well, they've probably got the same in there. In C sharp and like VB.net, you've got a variable called nothing, which is completely empty without anything in it at all.
But of course, there's still references to this variable, otherwise it would be unusable. So in order to have the nothing, you need to have all the scaffolding around it.
And you've also got null, which is a cell that is empty.
Yeah, but of course you would need pointers to this empty cell, otherwise it would be unusable.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that God existed at a time where there was emptiness, nothingness, a total void state.
Gotcha. So I have a quick question about that. So it's a time without time. So you would say that at this time without time, there was time and also there was not time?
No, I would say that when God created the universe, that's when time started.
But at this time without time, was there time or was there not time?
There was not time.
Gotcha. So then you couldn't call it time. It wouldn't be a time without time.
Yeah,
It would
yeah,
be nothing.
that's just a quirk of the English language. At this point without time.
So how do you go from nothing and then God creates himself without time? Because creation, we can demonstrate this pretty easily actually. So do you agree that let's go through premise by premise. Do you agree that creation requires a change of states?
Um, let's argue for the moment it does.
Yeah,
So
do
you
you
need
agree that a change of states is a change?
to create something, you need to convert one thing into another.
Yep, that you go from, in this instance, nothing to the God existing with God creating himself. Do you agree that a change of states is a change?
Yeah.
Do you agree that change requires a before and after?
Yeah, so a before of nothing and an after of something.
Yeah, do you agree that a before and after requires a past, present, and future?
I suppose it at least requires some form of past interval.
Yeah, and like a present one as well, right?
Yeah,
And then if things happen after, also a future one.
yeah.
Yeah, and then do you agree that a past, present, and future requires time?
That's how you measure it.
Yeah, perfect. So then we would have it that creation requires time. So God can't create himself atemporally because creation requires time.
Logically, that would make sense, but my faith is that God originally existed atemporally. And I would argue that that's the only reason you can go from a state of nothingness to somethingness.
Gotcha. So you don't have an argument, but all you have is faith. So
No,
I'm not gonna accept faith. So do you
I'm
have
trying to argue it as logically as I can, but as we can see that when you get to God, what you have is faith. When you get to know God, all you have is faith.
No, we have logic. We arrived at no God via logic. So, do you have anything else for me, or should I move on to the next guest?
Yeah, I just wanted to say to you that I know your life is not about personal experiences, but mine is. I've got this condition called Gershwin syndrome.
Wait, let's just respect each other's boundaries. I'm just not interested in personal experiences.
Oh, I just want to tell you about this condition, which I think caused the Bible to come into existence, because I think the Bible itself can't be referred to as an authority because it itself is a collection of personal experiences.
Wait, I'm just not interested in like the personal experience. I just think that, especially not interested in like a trauma dump. I mean, if you trauma dump about that, then I mean, there's like a million different facts about the world that I could like regurgitate to you about the horrors that are present in this world. Like,
I've
I'm just
written a
not really interested in like competing trauma dumps.
I've written a paper on it for an academic journal on how the prophets throughout history had psychopathies of different kinds.
Okay, I just don't know. I really don't know what that means, but I'm probably just gonna move on to the next guest. But I do appreciate you coming on up here. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Mew, thank you so much. Let's get all the way up to 230k likes. If everyone left 20 likes right now, we'd already be there. So let's get all the way up there. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You must be 18 or older in order to join the community. It's discord.gg/allegedly.ian, but I'd love to see you there. Thank you so much, Mew. Appreciate that. As we try to get a guest on in here. What's up? How's it going?
Hello, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'm 58,
Yeah, and what religion?
Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
My strongest belief is, to be true, honest, I believe that man created God. And that's why people believe in this being, because man created it.
Based
on, to put fear in people.
No, just like that's awesome. Yeah, I totally agree. Man
Put
did
fear in
create
people.
God. He's a fictional character.
And the thing is, I'm a Christian because I grew up in the Christian church. So I still put myself on that level. But I know that man created God because, like you said in the beginning of your thing about Adam and Eve being created, and then I know that Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible. So who told him those stories?
Oh, I don't think Moses wrote the first 5 books of the Bible.
No, that's what it says. That's what I'm saying. But my argument is he was not there.
Oh, that Moses isn't real?
No, that all these are fictional stories. Like
Based. I agree, but I'm only looking for opposition. So only request to join if you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If you don't believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, I'm not going to talk to you. But Big W guest in the comment section. What's up? How's it going?
All right, so the God that I think I know why you don't believe God is real.
Wait, can I ask 2 questions really quick? First, how old are you?
Ask me. I'm 19.
And what religion?
I'm Muslim.
Okay, sure, go for it.
All right, so I'm gonna assume that you grew up Christian. Am I correct?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, so when you're a Christian, like it's not really like a practice religion in the house. You know, it's more like a fake Christian, not fake Christian, but like lazy Christian. You know, that's usually what's taught, like in that growing up.
Some are, but some take it quite seriously. Critical thinking, Big W critical thinking in the comment section. Appreciate the hand hearts. The reason why I don't believe in your God, though, is just going to come down to the like grotesqueness that your holy book describes hell to be. That there's no way that your conception of hell is compatible with an all-good God.
Okay, so What do you know? What do you know about the hellfire in Muslim and Muslim
Yeah, just
religion?
that your book holds that it's going to be like eternal torture forever, that they're placed into like a pit of like disgusting fluids and forced to drink boiling water.
So you don't think evil people need to be punished?
I think that so a just punishment is proportionate to the crime committed. An infinite punishment is
No,
never
listen.
proportionate to finite actions.
Basically, in Islam, the number one like bad thing you could do is associate partners with Allah, right? And so the people who worship idols or worship multiple gods and don't worship only one God, those people, they're not Muslim, right? So even some Muslims will go to hell. They'll serve their punishment as proportionate, and then they'll go to Jannah, inshallah. Hopefully, Jannah is heaven. If you didn't know.
Yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, so why does
So
anyone deserve to be tortured forever for the crime of not believing in God?
no. See, if let me tell you this, okay? In Islam, if you never received the message, right? Those are called people like between times. Like they didn't receive the message. So that's when you're judged on like your character, how good of a person you were, what you did in your life, if you're just a menace to society or if you're a great person, you know? But if you received the message and you denied it, like it was clear proof in your face and you still denied it out of arrogance and pride, that's when you'll be punished. Because you're
Wait,
denying what's true out of your own arrogance.
so I want to be clear. So you're saying that the punishment for being prideful or arrogant is being tortured forever, being cast
No,
into
no,
disgusting fluids and forced to
no,
drink boiling water? You think that that's a
no.
just punishment for
You're
the
taking
crime
what I'm
of being
saying and you're twisting it
arrogant?
around. You're
This is
taking what I'm
exactly
saying
what
and
you're
you're twisting it
saying.
around.
You're
I'm
saying that
not a
these
scholar.
people go to hell forever, and I'm just pointing out that that's extremely unjust. That infinite punishment isn't justified for finite crimes.
I mean, in Islam, you are literally told, okay, listen, this is what you gotta do. It's either you choose this world right here, or you invest in the afterworld. And this world is so fleeting, like it's only what you only live like 70, 60 years, and you're gonna choose to be like most worst person, or you can be a great person and go to heaven for eternity. And it's the opposite. So if you're a bad person here, you're living it up, you're enjoying your life here, and then you have to meet your creator and you have to answer for the stuff that you've done.
So I just want to be clear. The dilemma that your all good God has put in front of us is believe in an imaginary friend or get tortured forever, and you think that that's an all good
Okay.
God?
Okay, so you think the world just happened? You think nothing? You think there's no creator behind it at all?
I don't think there's a creator behind it. I think that the world follows the laws of cause and effect and the laws of physics.
What laws? Who made these laws?
I think that these laws have always existed. That's indicated by the quantum eternity theorem.
Quantum eternity. Okay, listen, that's a theory.
No, but it's based on quantum mechanics. It's the most verifiable equation, or it's not a theory, it's a theorem. These are
Okay,
not the same thing.
you guys have no hard proofs of where everything came from. You guys don't know where everything started.
Yeah, we do.
All you guys have, all you guys have is not even educated guesses, wild guesses. Okay.
No, we don't. Let's go through the evidence. Do you want to talk about the evidence for the Big Bang?
Um. Okay, you can talk about it, but
Yeah. So,
it's not proof that God doesn't exist.
oh, that's fine, but you said that we only have wild guesses. So,
Not wild guesses, but it's
yeah,
just arrogancy.
we have guesses that are extremely evidential. So, and
Evidential.
I wouldn't even say that they're guesses. I'd say that we have theories that are always subject to revision if new data comes out. Of course, if these theories are incorrect, then science wants to update itself. But that's not a weakness of science. That's a strength of science. Your
But you're a
book can't
Scientologist.
update itself. No, of course not. Scientology is pseudoscience. It's not real. Science updates itself based on the evidence, whereas your book is shackled to this like dumb nonsense about burning in hell forever
Okay,
for
so you
nothing.
think
Rachel, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo.
so you think
Hail Rachel, hail 666, hail Satan. Let's get a big W Rachel in the comment section. I appreciate that.
all right, so you think that Islam, a religion of almost 2 billion people, is able to fool all 2 billion people with no proof, no indication that God exists, and you think that's not the truth just because of that?
Oh, well, I think I have other reasons for thinking that Islam isn't true.
Okay, so
I
Islam's
don't
been
care how
around
many
for
people
about
believe in a
1400
thing.
years, and no one is able to disprove it since then.
Oh, I can
And
disprove God pretty easily.
no, you can't. Okay, you
Okay.
can disprove it like towards the Christian Bible or the Talmud or all the other
Towards
religions, but you
yours.
can't disprove Islam. It's
Towards
physically
yours.
impossible.
Yeah, it's like super easy. Yeah, it's just gonna be the problem of hell. Yeah.
The
So
problem of hell.
yeah, the problem of hell, that God can't possibly be all just.
Okay, listen. I'm not a scholar. I'm not even a sheikh. I'm just a regular Muslim. I'm trying to just stop you from spreading misinformation and just convincing people not to believe in God. Because why are you trying to bring people to hell with you at the end of the
Oh,
day?
because hell's not real.
Okay, but let me tell you one thing. Even if there was no God, even if okay, I'm not, no. I believe there's God, okay? But I'm trying to put this in your point of view. Why would you risk eternal hell just to be arrogant and believe in no God?
Oh,
Like what
I
do
like
you gain from not believing? You don't gain anything.
yeah,
But
so
in
I like to
Islam,
believe in true things. I can't believe in true things if I believe in a false thing. I also I'd have to waste all this time praying all day and going to a mosque
okay,
every week. I don't want
even
to do
that,
that.
what
That
do you
sounds like a
get
big
from
waste of
trying
time.
to bring people to damnation with you? You know,
Will, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. W Will, hail 666, hail Satan. I appreciate it, Will. Thank you so much. Very kind.
do you,
I don't.
oh my
I
God.
mean, hell's not a real place, so I'm not too worried about that. But what I get is I get to teach people about various philosophical concepts, and I get to encourage people to think more critically about their beliefs.
Okay. You're trying to explain things in a smart way to make yourself seem smart. But that's not the case, okay?
I can
You
explain them in a simple way if you're not understanding it.
No, I understand it. But it's just the way you're putting your words, like you're trying to make yourself seem like you're very educated on the facts of religion and
Yeah,
whether
I
God
read.
exists or not.
I do tons of reading about this topic. Yeah.
Reading. Okay, have you
Yeah.
ever went to a mosque?
No, I haven't.
Okay. If you're really curious and you're not just like not trying to be arrogant, if you actually want to know the truth about behind the world, I would tell you visit your nearest mosque. There's plenty of them. You're in America, right?
Yeah.
There
I am. Wait, but there's
there
like
should be
this
there should be a
argument's
good
like
amount.
so the reading that I do is related to philosophy of religion. Philosophy is my indicator as to whether something is like true or compelling or not compelling. I don't need to actually like go to the mosque and experience it myself
No,
to know that
you're
there's
looking
like a
at
direct logical
philosophies. You're looking at
contradiction between
philosophies.
what's described as hell in your religion and like what an all good, all just God would do. Lance, thank
You're
you
looking at
so much for the
philosophies.
$6.66 on Cash App. Hail Lance, hail 666, hail Satan. I appreciate that, Lance. Big W, Lance.
I would suggest you to go to your nearest mosque, sit down with someone of knowledge, a person of knowledge. I'm not a person of knowledge myself. I aspire to be one, inshallah, one day, okay? I'm not a person of knowledge myself. I can't convince you. I don't know if I can convince anyone, okay? But I would tell you to do personally, if you really want to know or if you just want to leave it in the air, it's up to you. But I'll tell you, go to the mosque, sit down with someone of knowledge, and try and speak to them how you're speaking to me, and try to disprove it to them, to their face. And see
Yeah,
how
I
that goes.
disprove people who are like way knowledgeable on this all the time.
Online.
Yeah, these people are still knowledgeable. They've still done
Go
research.
visit people with actual credentials who's actually studied the deen and know everything about Islam, okay?
Wait,
Go
would you
speak with them.
do you go to
I promise
churches?
you,
Have you had a conversation with like priests?
me,
Yeah. Have you gone to a
there's no
church and
point.
been like, hey,
And
like
this, if you're a
what's
Muslim,
the evidence
if
for the
you're
resurrection?
the resurrection of what? Jesus?
Yeah. Have you ever like sat down with like a Christian scholar? Because if you're telling me to go and learn the
No,
truth by going and sitting down and talking to people from your
because
religion, I'm just curious if
Islam,
you've extended the same interest to other religions.
Islam disproves all other religions in a very easy
And
way.
atheism disproves all religions. Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66
So
on
just by
Venmo.
studying Islam, just by studying
Hail
Islam,
Cyber, hail 666, hail Satan. Big W Cyber, I appreciate it.
why are you doing this, bro?
It's fun, I like it. I have a good time.
Damn,
I get to
you're
talk about
laughing
the
right
things
now,
that I
but you're not
read. I
giving.
get to
You're
like
laughing.
it's
Listen,
my
you're laughing right now, but
philosophy
you're
is
not.
like my
You're
niche
laughing.
special interest. It's like my autistic hyperfixation. I get to talk about philosophy all day, and people enjoy it.
Okay, but you're laughing right now. But do you think you'll be laughing when you're in your grave? What do you think happens when
I'm
you
not
die?
too worried about that
Do you think
insofar as
nothing
God's not
happens?
real.
You think nothing happens when you die?
Yeah, wait, are you worried about like Christian hell?
Christian hell?
Yeah.
Christian hell, okay. It's in Christianity, hell is just, if you're not Christian, you're gonna go to hell. And if you're a Christian, you can be the worst despicable human being. All you have to do is believe in Christ because he died for your sins, and you'll be going to heaven. That does
I
not
mean,
make
lots
sense
of
at all.
Christians would
That's not
reject
fair.
that. But wait, but do you think do you think that are you worried about Christian hell is the question?
No, I'm not worried at all
Oh yeah, and why are you not worried about Christian hell?
because it does not exist.
Yeah, and I'm not worried about Islamic hell because it also doesn't exist.
But
Nicole, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Nicole! Hail 666! Hail Satan! I appreciate that, Nicole. Thank you so much.
I don't know who's saying I'm giving religious threats. I'm not giving religious threats at all. I'm just telling you what I believe to be true, which I know is true.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not giving out threats. I'm just telling you if you
Also, it's not a
if you
threat.
don't believe
It's
in
not
my
a threat.
imaginary
Listen,
friend, you're gonna be tortured forever. But no
listen, it's not a
threat.
threat. It's not a threat telling
Yeah,
someone who
it's not a
believes
threat.
you.
It's a promise. Yeah.
Okay, no. It's not a threat to tell someone who believes in who's trying to worship Satan or believe in Satan or just saying hail Satan in general, telling them, yo,
I don't
what you're
believe in
doing is
Satan.
dangerous. I don't know if you believe it or not, but you're saying hail Satan and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
So
it's
all I'm saying
provocative.
is,
Gets the people
okay,
going.
all right. It's not getting me going. I'm just saying, if you're saying stuff like that, you should just be wary of the consequences. Okay,
I'm not
though you don't
worried. In
believe
the same way that
consequences.
you're not worried about Christian hell, and I'm not worried about Islamic hell.
Okay, but Islam disproves all of the religions.
Yeah, and
That's why I'm not
atheism
worried about it.
disproves all religions, so I'm not worried.
No, atheism does not prove anything. It just proves that you decided to give up on everything.
Oh, and I mean, you could say the same thing. You could say that like Islam proves that you decided to give up on Jesus. In fact, from the
No,
atheist
because we
standpoint, I'd
believe in
say that
Jesus. We believe he's a prophet.
religion proves that you
We
decided to
believe
give
Jesus
up
is
on
a prophet
critical
of Islam.
thinking.
We love
You
Jesus.
can't even
He's a
give like a
prophet.
defense of your God. Like, why would I want to
No, we believe
join
in
you
Jesus. He's a prophet.
in not believing any of this or in this
No,
silly
we believe in
worldview?
Jesus.
I
No,
don't believe
the
in
Bible.
Jesus.
All right, let me tell you one thing. I don't know if you knew this, but Islam, we believe that the Bible came down from God, right? In its purest form, it came down from God, and over the years, it's been slowly and slowly, like how do I put this?
Sounds good. I
It's
don't
been
believe in the Bible
corrupted.
either.
It's been corrupted. No,
Yeah.
Quran. Listen, the Quran has not been corrupted since the first scriptures. It has not been corrupted.
It's not real.
No,
Didn't happen.
no. All I'm trying to tell you is, a man, the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, he cannot read, he cannot write. Angel Jibril came down to him and told him to recite the Quran. He gave him the Quran, and ever since then, the Quran has not been changed once. The Bible has been changed multiple times, so the word of God has been like slowly like washed out, watered out. You know.
You'd
So that's why
hope
there's some things
that you'd hope
there's
that
some
the
things that
angel Gabriel
coincide.
would give him true information because the Quran contains lots of claims about reality. It's just that they're all wrong. For example, the Quran says that the prostate, the thing that produces sperm, is in between the chest and the rib cage. That's not where the prostate is. It makes claims about reality, about anatomy, and it gets them wrong. So was Angel Gabriel pulling a little prank on
Alright.
them?
So you, man, I don't know, cause you're not even trying to, like listen, Angel Gabriel, right? Gabriel, he's an angel. Why would he be trying to play a prank? I don't know what you're trying to say actually.
Yeah, I can just get you the verse if you're interested.
You're trying to tell me an angel's trying to play a prank?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering what your explanation is. Why would there be wrong scientific facts in the Quran?
There's not. You can't disprove it. Go
Yeah, I
anywhere.
can.
Try.
Yeah, it's super easy.
Try your
Yeah,
best.
Quran.
Try your best.
Yeah, let's see it.
Go try.
Yep, let's do it. 86,
Listen, I'm not
5
professional
through
debater, though.
7.
And I don't have a laptop to.
Yeah, so 86, 5 through 7 says, let people then consider what they were created from. They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the rib cage. Now, the spurting fluid in question comes from the prostate, not something between the backbone and the rib cage, unfortunately.
Listen, I don't know what you're trying to disprove there. Okay.
Yeah, just that it says that
I
the
already
prostate is
explained
somewhere
to
that
you.
it's not.
Listen, I already explained to you. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a sheikh. I'm just a Muslim trying to tell you, stop trying to spread your atheism. I don't know what you gain from it.
You
Okay.
have no answer.
No, because I'm not a sheikh. I'm not a scholar.
Gotcha.
I
Well, you
haven't
said that I
studied the
couldn't
deen.
disprove it, and then I disproved it. So why would I
You didn't
believe in
disprove
something
it.
that's
You
so
did not,
easy
you
to
did not
disprove?
disprove it.
So if I didn't disprove
I'm
it,
not
then
gonna
do
try to
the
come. No,
counter
it's not even that.
argument.
I'm not even gonna try to combat you with an argument
I know.
because I'm not a person of knowledge. I already
Gotcha.
explained this to you. I'm just a
Wait, so
Muslim.
if it's so easy to make you fold, then why would I believe the thing that you believe?
What do you mean?
If it's so easy to make you fold on this argument, why would I believe the thing that you believe?
You're not making me fold.
You can't give an answer. It's a basic verse. It says that the prostate is between the spine and the rib cage. That's not where the prostate is.
I don't listen. The Quran is all about context. Okay, I have not studied the Quran to know all the context behind it. But
There's no
once you have,
context that would make it true.
there's always
Then give it.
context.
If there's context that makes it true, then give it.
Did I not? Okay, you didn't let me finish talking. I said I have not researched, not researched the Quran, but I've not memorized it to a point and learned to a point where I know all the context of every verse and everything that's happening. Okay, I'm trying to tell you, go to your nearest masjid, find a man of knowledge, or you can stay on social media if you want to talk to any of the guys like Sheikh Uthman or anyone who's very knowledgeable and they can and tell you what's going on.
I've talked to people
That
who are very knowledgeable about this before, and they had
who's very
nothing.
knowledgeable.
There's one person who was from like
Did they
a
have
Cliff
scholars? Were they a
video.
scholar?
Did you
Were they a
see like
scholar?
the video where Cliff got challenged by that one like Muslim guy, like the 20
Cliff?
something Muslim guy, and then Cliff had to like run from the debate. I debated that guy in my stream like a couple of weeks ago. He didn't have an
And
answer
what
for
did
this one
what did
either.
you say? Just listen. I don't tune into your streams. Okay, I
Well,
don't tune into your streams.
do you have anything
I
else
don't
for
know
me,
what
or
you
should
got
I move
going
on to
on.
the next guest?
Huh?
Do you have anything else for me, or should I move on to the next guest?
I'll just tell you, go speak to someone of knowledge, right? And try your best with open heart to
You should, you got to
understand
do
what
the
they're
same
saying.
thing, but for atheism.
No,
No, yeah, because so that's the difference between our worldviews is because I'm interested
no.
in truth. I'm more than willing to hear arguments as to why I might not be correct about it, why my worldview might be wrong, why God actually might exist. And because you're not interested in truth, you're not interested in these arguments.
Bro, listen. Why would you ask a Muslim to try to research atheism? Like, does that even make sense? That doesn't make sense
Why
coming
would
out
you
of
ask
your
an
mouth.
atheist to research Islam?
Because atheists, you guys have nothing to believe. Okay, you're just deciding to be like, okay, God doesn't exist because why would he punish his people? Why would he punish people? Why do you make people exist to punish them or something like that?
No,
Whatever you
no,
do,
it's
man.
just that if God cannot be all just, which means that would be a violation of many of his names.
Which God are you talking about? Are you
Allah.
talking about the Christian or Allah?
Yeah. His
Allah.
99, you know his 99 names?
Yes, 99 names. Yes.
Yeah, it would be a violation of lots of them if he's unjust.
Who? He's not unjust.
Oh yeah, but it is unjust.
Allah is
Do you
most
agree?
fair.
Do you agree that a just
There's so
punishment
much
is proportionate?
stories. There's so much stories of Allah's mercy, like I can't even repeat them myself. There's
Wait,
so
hold
much.
on. So, do you agree that a just punishment is proportionate?
Just punishment is proportionate. Define proportion.
Yeah, it's just going to be
What
like the
proportions?
values are similar. That
Everything's equal.
if you not exactly equal, but like similar in value. That
Similar in
if
value.
you steal a candy bar, that it would be disproportionate to give you like the unaliving penalty, for example. That
Listen,
would be
it
a
also depends on
disproportionate
what you
punishment.
define as proportionate or not.
Yeah, I
It's
can
all
give
up
you a
to
definition if you're
the way you
interested.
It's all up to the way you perceive the word proportion, because the word proportion, it's not something like exact. It's not something that's like exact. You know, there can be different proportions for different things. So you have to be more
Yeah, but
specific.
no proportionate. So infinity to a finite number is necessarily disproportionate. Proportional, corresponding in size or amount to something else. That if you have something that's infinite, this necessarily doesn't correspond in size or amount to a finite thing, because one is infinite and the other's finite.
And you're trying to say that God is not proportionate in his punishments.
Yeah, that in God's punishment, he punishes finite crimes with infinite punishment. So the question is, do you think it's just, or do you think a just punishment is proportional?
Okay, let me tell you this: if you were never a good person, or if you decided to ignore the truth out of your own arrogance, like I said this earlier, then you yourself you chose this because we told you the truth.
It's a yes or
and
no
you decided not to
question.
believe.
Can I get the yes or no? I'm just
And I
looking
told
for
you already,
the.
I'm not a scholar.
I'm just asking you for the yes or no. It's not. This doesn't require knowledge of Islam, just knowledge of or intuitions about justice. Do you agree that a just punishment is proportionate?
Just, I listen. Whatever you want me to not agree with is what I'm gonna. Whatever you want, to say that it's going to disprove Islam is not the one I'm gonna choose. Okay? Because I don't
Gotcha.
know
So
the
you're just
question
gonna
you're
do the
asking me.
opposite.
You're
Okay,
trying to
gotcha.
trap me
So
into saying something dumb. I already told you I'm not a scholar. You're just
gotcha.
trying to.
Oh, because that's the thing that you just said is incredibly dumb, and I
What I
can prove
say?
this with
What
like a
was dumb?
variety
What
of
was dumb? Please
reductios. So if you
explain.
reject that,
Explain it slowly.
let's say
Explain
that
it
we
slowly.
catch like an 8-year-old stealing a candy bar from a store, and then we gave them like the unaliving penalty. Would that be wrong?
Say that one more time.
Let's say we catch an 8-year-old stealing a candy bar from the store, and then we give them the unaliving penalty. Would that be wrong?
That's not just.
Yeah. Why would that not be just?
Fam, listen. Why are you trying to beat me with common sense?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a reductio. Why would that not be just?
That's common sense.
I'm trying to lead you to the principle that a just punishment is proportionate. So would that be a just punishment? Or you said that it's not just. So why would that be unjust?
Bro, you know why it's unjust.
Yeah, because it's proportionate. So you agree that a just punishment is proportionate.
I don't know how people say I'm angry. I'm not angry. It's just the thing is, I already explained it multiple times. I'm not a sheikh. I'm not a scholar. I'm just a Muslim.
I'm
okay?
not asking you to
I'm
be.
just a
I'm just
Muslim
asking
out
you to
here
use your
trying to say,
critical
yo.
thinking.
Okay. Let me tell you my point. The reason why I came on this live. The reason why I posted it.
Wait. You're pivoting away. I just need the answers to this question. So
I
do you
already told you
agree
it's
or
not
do you
just.
disagree
You want
that
me? I told you that's not just, and Islam would never
yeah,
do that.
and why is it not
Islam would never do
just?
that. Islam
Why
would
is-
never do that.
You'll never answer the question?
No, I said that it's not just. Islam would never do that. Period.
Okay, wait, I'm not saying Islam is doing this. I'm asking, why would that not be just?
It's common sense.
So the common sense explanation to me is that because it's disproportionate, because that punishment doesn't match that crime. Do you agree?
So you're saying some crimes. Okay, I think I know what you're trying to get at now. You're basically trying to say you don't deserve eternal hell for disbelieving and being arrogant and being the worst person.
Well, I'm
Basically.
saying that
Like just because you're
that
human.
an infinite punishment is never proportionate to a finite crime.
What?
Yeah, that so to say that something's proportionate, it needs to be similar in value. Infinity is never similar in value to anything finite. Not
Why are people
believing in
saying these guys
God
all else?
is not the same
listen.
level of harm as being tortured forever. There's a disproportionality here.
Listen. Let me tell you one thing, okay? I never said, well, okay, this person in this comment says not believing in God doesn't mean you're a
Wait,
bad person.
don't respond to the
I'm
comments.
not saying you're a bad person. Listen, you keep
I just need you to
explaining
answer
same
the
thing.
argument.
I'm trying to tell you.
I need you to tell me the answer to the argument. Let's get to the
I
argument.
already answered it. Listen, we keep repeating the same things.
You
I
haven't
already
answered it.
Yes, I have. And you keep
So
going back to it.
wait, but do you agree or disagree with the principle that a just
What
punishment
principle?
is proportional?
A just punishment is proportional. No, a just punishment is whatever Allah deems to be just.
Gotcha. So if Allah deemed it to be just that a million
most just.
babies are going
the
to
most
be
just.
shoved into a wood chipper, you think that it
He's
would
the
be
most just.
just for a million babies to be shoved into a wood chipper?
Now you're just throwing random stuff, and you're gonna try to make me saying yeah. I
Because you
believe in
said
that.
you
No,
said
I don't
whatever
believe in
Allah
that.
does is just. So I'm just asking,
Okay,
would it
but
be
Allah,
just
listen.
if Allah crammed bunches of babies into like an incinerator? Would that be just?
God would never do that.
But would it be just if he did?
No, because no.
Well,
Listen,
so
no,
then we would agree
no. I'm
that
saying no
what's
to what
just
you're
is
saying in
not
general.
just
I'm
what
not
Allah
saying to no to the
does.
question. I'm saying no to the question you're asking me.
But we're saying if he did do it, would that be just?
Huh?
If he did do that, would that be
You're
just?
lagging.
I hope not. If he did do that.
All right, yo.
Oh, wait,
I have a bad
it's not me
connection.
who's
What'd you say?
lagging. Wally.
No, yeah, I have a bad connection. I think I have it's mine. Hello?
Yep. Do you got anything else for me?
All right, what were you saying?
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to get you to engage in this.
Get on this live with someone of knowledge, someone actual scholar, someone who has proof that they're a scholar or knowledge, right? And talk to them, or go visit your local mosque, record a video if you want to, and just and see, and they're gonna be able to combat all your arguments. Cause I'm not smart. I'm telling myself right now, I'm not smart enough to combat all your arguments. I'm not a scholar. I'm not a dawah person. I've never given.
I'm not a
dawah.
boxer.
I
I'm
don't
not a
try. I don't stop
fighter.
people in the streets trying to prove them to join Islam.
Okay, you got
Listen,
anything
no,
else?
it's not that. No, I'm literally trying to tell you. Go to some personal knowledge. Did you not hear me?
Oh, well, yeah, I'd love it if a person of knowledge, if they want to, they're welcome to come up here.
Yeah.
But
Go to a mosque. Record
yeah,
a
it
video
just
if you
well
want to.
because
I don't
from
give a
my
fuck.
vantage point, it just sounds like I asked you like a really basic question and you had no answer for it. So, do you have anything
No.
else for me, or should I just move on to the next guest?
You're not asking me a basic question.
I
You're
did.
you want me to answer questions that people of knowledge will be able to know.
No, it's a basic question. It's just is it ever just to is a just punishment proportional? That's the question.
What are you talking about?
Is it just punishment proportional? It's an easy question.
See, listen. You keep repeating that, and I told
Yeah.
you.
Cyber, thanks for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Cyber, W666. Hail Cyber, hail 666. Hail Satan. I appreciate that, Cyber. Thanks so much.
It's all about your I think it's about your perspective of what you deem as proportional, because it's all about perspective. Maybe some people's perspective, oh, okay, that's proportional. Some people think, okay, that's not proportional. How would I give you a fact to something where people decide? It's opinionated mostly.
Yeah,
It's perspective.
because it's not subjective. Because no matter
It's,
what
yes,
you're,
it's not subjective.
oh,
It's opinionated.
when comparing an infinite to a finite, it's not subjective. This is by any definition of proportionate. Infinity in response
you know
to
how
a
much of a
finite
difference-
thing
you know how
is
much difference it is
disproportionate.
between infinite and finite?
Infinite,
That's
yeah,
infinite. Yes.
yeah, yes.
You
So
want me
it's
to give you
disproportionate.
infinite proportions? What are you
It's
trying to ask
no,
me?
it's so in
There's
order
infinite
to
amounts of
give, in
proportions.
order to make it justified to give an infinite punishment, you would need an infinite crime. These crimes are finite. Not believing in God because you don't see the evidence in it.
Finite.
That's finite.
What made a crime finite?
What makes a crime finite is the fact that it's done by humans who are themselves finite.
Listen, I define finite. How can a crime be finite?
Yeah, just in its harm, that the harm that this crime does is completely finite. But
Finite.
it doesn't. Who does this crime harm?
Who does this crime harm? Listen. I don't know what the hell you're getting at. Literally.
Who does not believing in Islam harm?
It doesn't listen. It's not about that. It's about if you yourself, right? You heard the message, you saw the proof.
Who does it harm?
It harms yourself. You're harming yourself.
In what way?
Because you're choosing to be arrogant.
But so I'm a finite being. So the only way that even if it does harm myself, the only way that it could harm me
it's like
is
this. It's like this.
finitely.
No.
Like, it can only cause finite
stuff.
harm, which means that
Wait,
it's not
wait.
justified to give infinite
Since, like-
punishment to this finite harm.
Okay, since you like giving analogies, let me give you an analogy, okay? If someone tells you, "Hey, don't jump into that river of fire, cause you're gonna get burned," and you decide, I don't believe you. I'm gonna jump into the river of fire because I'm not gonna get burned, and then you get burned. That you're harming yourself. Is it not correct?
Oh
You're
wait,
harming
so you're
yourself.
saying that we put ourselves, that we choose hell? Will, thank you so much for the $2 on Cash App. That's gonna have just a multitude of problems. The first is that we can't say that it's actually a choice if you lack the cognitive capacity to understand it. Humans don't have the cognition to understand infinity, which means that it's not reasonable to say that we chose this in the same way that if like a 2-year-old accidentally shot like another 2-year-old with a pew pew that was like left out on the counter, we wouldn't say that the 2-year-old chose to do this. We would say that it's like an accident, that it happened based on a lack of cognition and understanding. So we can't say that we chose hell. Also, you
What's
can't say that
you
you chose
stop.
it because there's no
Okay,
evidence that it's true.
so you're just calling all humans dumb, basically. You're basically just calling all
No.
humans. Okay, but basically you're
I'm saying that we have
oh, we're
limited
not smart enough
cognitive
to decide what's
capacity,
good or
which
bad.
means that it's
So
not reasonable to
no,
infinitely punish us
what you
when we
literally
don't
said,
even
I'm gonna dumb it down.
understand what infinite
I'm gonna dumb
punishment
it
would be
down. I'm gonna
like.
dumb it down. What you said was, okay, because I'm not smart enough to decide that it's bad for me, I'm gonna still do it because I'm still I'm not at fault because I'm not smart enough to decide
Let's
that it was
not be
bad for me, even
a
though I knew it was
straw
bad for me.
manning Steve there, okay? Let's just
What's
chill
straw
out.
man? What's
The
straw
straw
man?
man is that you think I'm saying that everyone's dumb. I'm not saying that people are
No,
dumb.
that's
I'm
not
saying that
that.
we have a
You're saying
limited
people don't
cognitive
have enough
capacity,
cognitive
that humans are
ability.
not
It's
capable of
fire. It's a river of
understanding
fire.
infinity.
You don't need.
Do you
You
think
don't
that
need
humans are
cognitive
capable of
whatever you're saying
comprehending
to
infinity?
decide that jumping into a river of fire is bad.
Do you think that humans are capable of comprehending infinity?
Humans are capable of comprehending infinity.
Are we?
Okay, how? Like, what do you mean comprehending infinity? Like,
Are we capable
imagining it in your
of holding
brain,
like infinity
or
in
the
our
concept of
heads?
infinity?
Of fully understanding infinity?
Humans are listen. We are limited. We're not.
Yeah.
We're limited. We're limited to this earth.
W concession. So that's my point. If we can't understand infinity, then we can't understand infinite punishment. If we can't understand the consequence of the action, then we don't say that we chose the action. We didn't choose the consequence if we don't understand the consequence.
You're saying you're choosing the consequence because you don't understand the consequence.
You
Do you know how
can't
dumb
choose the
you sound?
consequence if you don't understand
Okay, I'm
it.
not trying to call you dumb. My fault. I don't want to call you dumb, but that does not make sense at all. Okay. You're saying you don't deserve the responsibility because you don't understand the risk of the crime. Okay, that's like asking like a super, let me put another analogy. It's like asking like a 20-year-old, right? Like fresh out of high school, he doesn't know much about life. He's thinking he goes, he robs a store, he robs a bank, okay? They give him like 15 years of jail, right? But at that time he's not able to comprehend how much 15 years of jail would actually be in jail, right? Like he not just comprehend how that he actually be doing 15 years in jail. He
No,
decides,
because you
"Hey,
can
know what? I'm
comprehend
gonna do
15
this."
years. I can comprehend what, like, I've lived for 23 years. I'm perfectly
No, a lot
capable
of
of
people, bro.
comprehending
Have you not seen these
probably like
prisoners?
100 years. Like 100 years
Have
is
you not seen
perfectly
these?
comprehensible to me.
Have you not
But
seen
what
these
isn't
prisoners tell their
comprehensible to
stories?
me is infinity.
Have you not seen these prisoners tell their stories? Be like, man, I've been locked up since I was 16, bro. I didn't think my whole life would be like this. I never went to this. I never did that. I didn't understand what I was.
Yeah,
I was
I
just
think
young and
that
dumb.
locking up a 16-year-old for their entire life is probably pretty wrong. That this 16-year-old's life
Okay,
isn't over and that you should
what if they
rehabilitate them.
deserved it? What if they deserved it? What if they deserved that crime? What if they deserved that time? Actually, no. I don't believe in American punishments. Actually, so it doesn't even matter. I'm not even gonna try to defend them.
Okay.
I
well,
don't
do you
defend
got
them.
anything else for me, or should I move on to the next guest?
Speak to someone of knowledge
Okay.
and with
well,
actual credentials.
Appreciate it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to, say, 250K. So just leave those likes. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian. The Cash App is just allegedly.ian. Both are in my bio. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. With that, we'll go to the next guest, but make sure you keep on double tapping on that screen. If you're 18 or older, you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's discord.gg/allegedly.ian. What's up, Blind? How's it going?
How you going?
How old are you?
So is this a debate or is it a knowledgeable live?
I don't see why it can't be both.
So a debate is basically a back and forth argument where, like, an educational live would be you're willing to actually learn.
Oh,
Or
I
you're
mean, I love
trying
learning
to-
I love learning facts. So if you have facts for me, I'd love to learn them, and if you
So
have the proof for God, I'd love to learn the proof for God.
Well,
So I
you
just don't.
mentioned before in the live with the last guy that was just up here, like you were going around in circles, and I don't think he fully understand your questioning on the finite and infinite. But my question would be: is that you brought up the fact of you studied what the philosophy of religion? Is that correct?
Yeah, I love philosophy of religion.
So is it limited to a particular sect of religion?
No, I love all philosophy of religion. I love reading Aquinas. I love reading Oppie. I love lots of philosophers of religion, of all varying. I mean, there's like some that I haven't read up on. For example, I'm not very knowledgeable about Hinduism, but no, I love reading up about the philosophy of the existence of a god. But what religion are you?
I don't particularly abide to any particular religion.
Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I'm questioning the existence of God. How do we? What is it based on? It's based on perception, is it not? To say that something exists when we can't prove it.
I mean, you could like logically induce it, or like deduce it rather, or I mean, you could induce it as well. Why not? But
how could we logically deduce something that we don't know that exists?
For example, so I have this argument about time, and I can like logically prove that time has always existed, despite the fact that nobody has been there for all of time. It's just going to be based on like simple rules, like in order to have a beginning, you need to have time, which means that time can't have a beginning.
But time is just a construct.
Yeah, but I'm just giving the example.
If we exist within time, we can't define something that we exist in to say that it doesn't exist.
No, but I'm giving the example about how we could just deduce something, even though we haven't like directly experienced it. But do you have an argument for why God is real, or should I move on to a guest who does have an argument for why God's real?
Well, I'm just trying to understand your aspect. Like, do you believe that God is real?
Of course not.
Do you believe that God exists?
No.
No, you don't believe that God exists. So, what arguments or what proof or facts that you have for that?
Yeah, so I reject I reject deductively the idea that an all good, all loving, all powerful, all knowing God exists just based on the existence of gratuitous evils in our world, especially the ones coming from nature. Things like malaria, cancer, natural disasters, all these like horrific events that
So is that based on a monotheistic God?
Yeah, I only debate monotheistic gods. That's why I say I'm only going to debate you if you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If your conception of God is like wildly different than that, then I'm just not really interested.
Well, let me question the God of the monotheistic. Isn't it all based around the Judaistic God?
Not necessarily.
How so?
You could have just like a conception of a God who's all good, all powerful, all knowing, but just simply isn't like connected to any religion, that nobody's like prophesized this God or whatever.
But that falls out of monotheism.
No, because you'd believe in a God who's like good and powerful and knowing. You just wouldn't say that it's like the God of the Bible, Torah, Quran. It could be like a God that you just like invent yourself, basically. Like you just come up with the conception yourself, and it's just not connected to a religion. That's possible. But
that's an almighty power. That wouldn't necessarily be a God.
That's typically what most people mean when they say God. They mean a bodiless mind who is all powerful, all knowing, and all good, who created everything. Essentially, that's the standard conception of God. So, is that the God that you believe in, or do you believe in something else?
I don't believe in the monotheistic God because it's.
I'm so sorry. I'm only looking to debate people who do believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If that's not you, I'm just not interested. As I say multiple times. So only request to join if you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. What's up? How's it going?
Shut the fuck up, bitch. God is real, stupid ass.
That's not very demure. It's not very cutesy. Not very mindful. But double tap on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 270K.
Hello?
With Maria.
Hello?
How old are you?
33.
Okay, and what religion?
Christian.
Okay, so what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Right. So can we go over your 5 premises again?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so one, that creation is a change of states.
Mhm.
Do you agree?
Okay, your 5 premises was a beginning is a change of state.
Yeah.
Number
Do,
one.
do you agree or disagree? Beginning is a change of states.
For now, I'm gonna say agree. So
Okay.
let's move on to the second.
Yeah, do you agree that a change of states is a change?
No. Okay.
So could you give me the
No.
change of states that doesn't involve a change?
Right, exactly. Now, in order for me to be able to answer that, can you give me an example of what you call a change of state?
Yeah, so let's say that we go from time 1 to time 2, or yeah, or let's say that you have a block of ice and it melts, so it goes from ice to water, or to
Exactly
like liquid
that.
water. Do you
Exactly
agree that that requires a change?
That's the exact example that I was looking for. So if the ice is melted down to water, that's a change of state, right?
Yeah,
Would you
is that
say
a change?
would you say that a change of state is a change here?
Absolutely, yeah, because the water
Honey,
because the block of ice is not the same thing as the puddle, that it changed
honey,
from the block of ice to the puddle, even if it
honey,
maintains some level of identity.
honey, that's why you're mistaken. Because okay, that's ice. Is ice H2O or not?
Yeah, wait, it is, but ice is not
The
liquid
ice
water.
is still H2O. It's
Is
the
ice liquid
water.
water?
It's the water
Is
in its condensed form.
is ice liquid water? Yes or no?
It's the water in its condensed form.
Let's just calm down there.
Okay, sorry, I
Is
feel like
is
I'm.
ice liquid water?
The ice is water in its condensed form, honey.
That's not the
Okay,
question I'm asking you. That's not an answer to the question.
ice is not
Is
liquid water,
ice
but it's still water.
perfect? So then we would say that there's some change involved when going from ice to liquid water, because these things are
So
different.
what do you really call a change? Because if the
A
element
change is just
itself,
becoming different.
no, it's not different because it's still the same element. It's still H2O.
Okay, wait. So
Okay,
is a block of ice the same as liquid water?
but it's still water in another form.
Is it the
Okay, so
same? Is a block of ice the same as liquid water?
it's a different form of water.
Yes, exactly. So it's different.
water
If
on its
all
different
changes
form.
is becoming different, then I agree it can maintain some level of identity. We can say that it is water. In both cases, it's water, but it's different. It's a different type of water, a different
It sounds
form
like
of water.
sorry, give me 1 second. It sounds like I'm screaming because I have a problem with my audio.
Grimlock, thank you
That's
so much
why.
for the $6.66 on Cash App. W Grimlock. Hail Grimlock. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Big W Grimlock in the comments.
Okay, so I had to go live because my audio. Excuse me. So my perception of what a change is for example, if we go from water, for example, to sand, okay? If we go from water to sand, then we can say there was a change.
That's
The
a change,
sand,
as is
this,
going from ice to liquid water. When the
no,
ice
but
melts, that's a
it's
change.
it's still water.
Yeah,
Okay,
but you agree
the
that there's a
element.
change involved. Is when ice melts, does it change?
You can say something has changed
When
when
ice melts,
when the
does it
chemical
change?
element has changed. If
You can say it
it
changed in
has
all
not
these other
changed,
scenarios too. When
it
ice
took another
melts,
form. It took
does
another
it change?
form. The
Yeah, that's a
water,
change.
the
When
water
ice
took,
melts,
it has
does
not
it
changed.
change?
It has not changed. It just took
Wait, so
another
you think
form.
then if it hasn't changed, then it's the same. So you would say that ice is exactly the same as liquid water.
But it's water on its another form.
But you would say that ice is exactly the same as liquid water. And I agree. Both of these things are water, but there's a
Okay,
change going
let me
from
ask
ice to
you.
liquid water.
Let me ask you: is water still H2O?
Water is
I mean,
H2O.
is ice still H2O?
Of course, I agree that both ice and
Okay,
liquid water
so
is
as
H2O, but I
as long
disagree that
as
ice is liquid water. Ice is
so
not liquid water. They're two different forms.
so as long as the
Difference
element
requires a becoming different.
You can, the
I
only
agree that
time,
the element doesn't change, but there is a change.
right,
There's a change in
right,
forms.
right. There's a change in
Right,
form, but not
right.
in
So there's
the
a
element. The
change. Wait, so
element is the most important.
hallelujah, there's a change. So then we
There's a
agree there's a
change in the
change.
form, but the
Yes,
element.
perfect.
Okay, let
So
me
a
get to
change
my
of
point.
forms is a change.
Let me get to
Awesome.
my point, honey. No,
So
no, no,
so
no, no,
then
no,
I
no, no.
asked
You
you
said
to
a
provide
change of
me
state. A
an
change of
example
state
of a
is
change
not
of
a change.
states, but it
Listen,
is a
hold
change
on,
as we just discovered. In this
hold on,
example, it
hold
was a
on.
change of
You're
forms.
not letting me
I'm just
talk.
saying that there is a change.
No, you're not letting me talk. Okay.
Wait, you've literally interrupted me multiple times.
Okay.
You can't get mad
Yeah.
at that.
Please go ahead. Then
Yeah, as we just discovered in the example that we just ran through together, a change of states is a change. In the ice going to liquid water example, it's a change of forms. A change of forms is a change. It's right there in the name, change of forms. You can circle it.
Okay. So the only time you can say something has changed is when the substance, the element itself, has changed.
That's not true.
Really.
Yeah, if I change my mind, my substance hasn't changed, but I've changed. Something has changed.
Your substance haven't changed. Okay. So it's the substance here that we're looking at, honey.
No, we're just looking at change in general. That a
No,
change of states is a change because all changes, it's any change. Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Cyber, hail 666, hail Satan. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that.
We're looking at the substance, okay? For example, if you put now let's even take the example.
I'm not looking at the substance.
Let's even take the example.
That's not what I'm looking at.
Everyone should be looking at the substance.
That's
because
not what I'm looking at. That doesn't matter to the argument.
If the water is going from water to ice, the water just took another form. That's not really a change.
So my claim is that all changes require time.
Okay.
That means that we're looking at more than just a change of substance. We're looking at any change. A change of forms requires time too. All of it requires time. It doesn't matter. Grimlock, thanks so much for the $2 on Cash App. W Grimlock.
Okay. So what was your point with the change all change require time? What was your conclusion with
Yeah,
that?
yeah, just that so then we agree that a change of states requires some change.
Okay, let's go with that. I'll say
Yeah, so and then do you agree that change requires a before and after?
right. So if the ice is going from ice to I would say if the water is going from because I don't really call it a change from water to ice. Honestly, I must stay with that. Because if I'm going
You
from
already
ice to
conceded
water,
there's a
but
change in
yeah.
forms, that a change in forms requires a before and after.
Okay, so if I'm going from water to sands, then there was a before and after. Okay,
If you go from ice to liquid water, there's also a before and after. Before it was ice, after it was liquid water.
okay, let's do that.
Yep, okay, so then you agree that a change requires a before and after. Do you agree that a before and after requires a past, present, and future?
Yes, let's
Okay.
do that.
And then do you agree that a past, present, and future requires time?
Yes.
Okay, so then you would agree that a beginning requires time.
A beginning requires time. Can you give an example?
When we start a race, there was a time before the race started.
The race. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Yep, perfect. So then time cannot have a beginning, because in order to have beginnings, you must have time.
Okay, so what if I tell you God is time? Time is God himself.
Oh, okay. And has God always existed?
Right.
Then
Everything
the universe has always existed. Perfect.
everything came into being through God. He spoke it into being. He said that because that was my point. Because if we agree on the fact that the water going from water to ice honestly, I still believe that if the water is going from water to ice, the element, which is H2O, has not changed. Just like if we're switching from summer to winter, it's just the change in temperature. A temperature is the speed of the molecule. The faster the molecule goes, the hotter it gets. So
Yeah, very good. I love basic science facts.
it's just the same molecule going faster or slower.
Yep.
It's the same molecule. Are you getting my point? People
Yeah,
are
yeah, no, I love sixth grade science facts. Yeah, definitely. I just don't know how that untears your argument in half because you've agreed that a beginning requires time, which means time itself cannot have a beginning. If you think God has always existed, then that means that you think the universe is infinite. So you just concede my point. Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Cyber, hail Cyber, hail 666, hail the flying spaghetti monster, hail Satan. I appreciate that, Cyber.
right. So my point is, God has always existed because everything came into being. It's just different. It took different forms. You see, like he said, let there be light. So it's just different form of God. I don't know if you're understanding, like if you're getting my point here.
Not really, but it just seems like so then you agree that the universe has always existed, insofar as you think time has always existed.
The universe is coming into existence through God, which is time.
Wait, did God create? So the universe is made up of space-time. So if time exists, then that means space exists, which means space-time exists. If space-time exists, then the universe exists. So if time has always existed, then the universe has always existed.
So space time. What is space time?
Space-time is just the necessary link between time and space in physics. That it's just like the substance wherein like this like four-dimensional reality that we live in.
Okay. Because in the example, for example, of the race, we started a race at a certain time.
Yep. So then so in order to start at a certain time, time must already exist.
Right, but what if I bring the argument that God himself already existed?
But so then you would no longer be doing an internal critique, you would be making a claim about God, and you'd have to prove that. You're no longer attacking my worldview. You would then just be asserting a fact about your worldview. So it seems like my worldview comes out of things unscathed, that time has always existed.
Yeah.
So if time has always existed, then it can't be created.
Right, but do you think time can be created?
No, as we just discovered.
Right, so God cannot be created.
I don't care about that. I don't really believe in God.
God cannot be created because he is time.
Okay, I don't believe that. Prove that God exists.
Yeah. Yeah, and it just goes back to my
Thank you so much, Amir. Appreciate that.
Yeah, because I'm like, if he already is, because I believe in the Bible, and in the beginning, the Bible said he spoke everything into existence, you know?
And I don't believe in the Bible.
Just like
So what's the evidence that the Bible's true?
I mean, if you don't believe in God, you're not going to believe in the Bible, because the Bible is the word of God. Your word is yourself. So
Yeah, so you just need to prove that God's real, or you need to prove that the Bible's real?
Yeah. Okay, so I do want to leave this argument of the 5 premises for now. I'm going to go more into it and come back. Now, another of your argument was that the reason why God does not exist is because the natural disaster of all that. I want to discuss.
Yeah, let's do earthquakes. Yeah, so if God's all good, why would there be like natural disasters like earthquakes, for example, that take the lives of hundreds of thousands of people a year?
Okay, so I feel like there's a positive and a negative side to everything. For example,
Gotcha.
I want to take the example of, for example, a battery. Okay, a battery, you have the positive terminal and the negative terminal, if I'm using the right terms here. It's both the positive and the negative terminal that makes it to function, right? So so I feel like the negative is not always negative. It depends on how you use it. Okay? The
No, that's
negative,
not true. The negative is always negative in a battery. That's just like a fun battery fact for you. The
right? But
polarity
if
is never reversed.
but
That's just always like the negative is always the negative. If it became the positive, then the battery would short circuit.
right, but if the negative is supporting the positive to create the light, how is that bad? How does that make it a bad thing?
Because you don't need this much negativity. Surely God could have created like some
So
types of
how do
evil.
you know that we don't need this much negativity? Did you
Yeah.
create those things? So
Oh no,
we should.
of course not. But the way we know this, wait, so do you think that, hold on, let's just chill out. So we could still have evils that arise from free will. There's no reason why nature itself should be evil to us.
Okay, hold on. So I want to go slowly. You said something about free will. We're gonna get into that too.
Yeah, wait, so you could still have evils through like free will. Like people could still freely choose to do evil actions. But there's no reason why like earthquakes should happen. But
Okay.
you like finding the good in everything. Could you tell me what the good is in the 2004 Indonesian earthquake that took the lives of 250,000 people? What was the good in that?
Perfect. Good answer. I mean, good question. I'm getting there. Okay. So just like I said earlier, with the battery, there's a positive and a negative terminal that support each other to create the light or bring out the sun or whatever role is supposed to play. Now, whoever, for example, let's take electricity. In order for you to manipulate electricity in a very safe way, you have to have at least some level of training. Okay. For example, if you want to work in the place where they work with electricity a lot, you have to have some knowledge to it. Yes or no?
Yeah, presumably.
Okay, great. So God created the universe, okay?
Prove it.
I believe, no, hold on, I'm gonna get there. I do believe that if God created the universe, he knows how he created his thing. I want to give an example.
Prove that God created the universe. Lil, thank you so much for the DJ glasses. Appreciate that. That's cool as
I
heck.
wanna give an
W Lil in the comment
example.
section. Wait, I don't want an example. I want proof.
No, you've been taking example to talk to me too.
Well,
so
yeah,
I
wait,
can
because
take
these
example.
examples don't go anywhere. You
Wait,
talked
okay,
about the battery,
I wanna
but then
take
that didn't go
example.
anywhere.
They're
I'm
going
just
somewhere.
looking for. I'm not looking for examples. I don't need to be talked to you like a fifth grader. I don't need examples. I need
I
proof.
want to take
Give me the proof.
example. I want to take example
I don't
to
want
prove
an
my
example.
point.
I want
I want
proof.
to take example to prove
Examples
my point.
don't prove general principles. Examples are examples.
Example can prove points. Yes or no?
No, not this point. No.
So so
Fi-
you
so
never,
finding goodness in one natural disaster wouldn't prove that natural disasters are good.
if I built a house, I know how I built my house, right? I built my house. I know how I built my house. I know everything about the house. Okay. Now you want to live in that house, and I tell you, hey, I know everything about this house. In order for you to be able to live safely in that house, you should at least let me have some level of control. Okay. In the contract, it says that it's either you let me have some level of control or you will fully take control of it. Okay. Because this is something that I created I did. Okay. Do you believe that an art is perfect or imperfect?
That art?
Yeah, art. Okay.
Wait, I'm still waiting for the point. Wait, so where do I get the explanation for how earthquakes are good?
Okay, I'll leave the art for now. So if I created something, a house. I made
Wait,
a
stop.
house.
Wait, nobody cares about the house. How are earthquakes good?
Right. So that's my point. So in the contract, if we're gonna go back to Genesis.
So wait, I get rid of the contract. I don't care. Oh,
Yeah,
sure. That's super easy. So the
Yeah,
fall
I'm coming back to the
Yeah,
point.
earthquakes can't be accounted for by the fall because earthquakes happened before humans
No,
existed.
it's not the fall actually. You
It's
see,
Adam and Eve, yeah, the
even
fall.
a lot of Christians are missing the point. It's not.
Gotcha.
It's actually not the fall. Okay,
Go
what
for
is
it.
the fall? What is the fall? The fall basically the fall is to fall out of life. God is life, okay? So the fall, in the beginning, God asked them to only eat from the tree of life. There were two trees in the garden. There was a tree that was called good and evil, and there was another tree that was called tree of life, okay? So the fall was when they stopped living and going outside of, and when you stop living, you're moving outside of life. It's death, okay? So that's what the fall is. So if you're moving outside of life, you are exposed, okay? So life was God himself. God wanted them to depend fully on him, okay? So once they stopped depending on God, that was the fall, okay? So therefore they were exposed to God's creation, and that's why God has no longer control. Coming from the earthquake, all that, the universe, God has no
Wait,
longer
I just want to be
control.
I want to be clear because you said no, it's not the fall, and then proceeded to explain the fall, and then at the end of the explanation you said, and that's where earthquakes came from. So when you said no, it's not the fall, it's not going to be the fall, I'm not talking about the fall, it's not the fall, you were lying?
Okay, maybe you didn't get my point. Not that I was lying. Maybe I got confused
Wait,
myself.
did earthquakes come from the fall or did they not?
Earthquake did not come from the fall because it
They
was already there.
Oh, okay. Wait, so
Exactly.
then why would then the story you told was irrelevant? Why would God make earthquakes?
Okay, so the story I told was to say that even though, that's why I give the example of the house. I built a house, okay? You want to live in that house. For example, let's say the house is
I
the
don't care
earth.
about the house. Get to the answer. Let's
But
get to the answer.
there's potential earthquake in the house. In order for me to be able to save you, you have to let me control it, but you decided that you will not.
So are you saying that if everybody worshipped God, there would be no earthquakes?
Exactly. So now my
Prove it.
point will be exactly.
Wait. Prove it.
Now, no, listen. So my point here now will be
Prove
that.
it. Give the proof.
So in the contract,
Wait, I
that's
don't
what
want the analogy. I don't want the
wait, that's what
example.
I'm
Prove
telling you
it.
now.
Prove
That's
it.
what I'm
Go
about
ahead
to
and prove
prove you
it.
now.
Wait, okay, wait. So wait. Can you tell me what specifically you're proving?
You're proving that because you asked me if we all become Christian, there will not be any more earthquake.
Yeah, I don't want the analogy. I want the proof.
Exactly. So now I'm gonna tell you that now that's why Christianity is becoming something. You say you don't want personal. What was that you said? You don't want personal
Experience.
Exactly. So that's why now Christianity becomes personal.
Oops, finger slipped. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get all the way up to 280K. Make sure you're dropping a follow as well if you never want to miss a single debate in the future, a single conversation in the future. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both are in my bio. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Appreciate any and all support. Love and appreciate each and every one of you. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. If you are 18 or older, you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. How's it going? What's up, 5 stars? I accept your surrender, 5 stars. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive, baked like a potato, shattered like glass. Yeah, whatever. What's up, Lucky? How's it going?
Bro, I have a question. Who made the world if God is not
You
real?
are extremely far away and also sound very young. So we'll go to the next guest, but keep on double tapping that screen on up. Let's get it. Sorry it's taking so long. What's up? How's it going, Dexy?
Yo.
How old are you?
5.
Yeah, it seems like it. If you're in that guest request, make sure you are 18 or older. What's up? How's it going? Jesus is God. You're.
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Oh, come on. If you do a fake voice, everyone can just tell. That's cap. That's cap. Not real. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Hey, what's up, Chino? How's it going? Chino, are you there? Okay. To the next one we go. Sorry it's taken so long, gang, but just keep on double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 280. We can do it. Just leave 10 likes and we'd already be there. What's up, Alfred? How's it going?
Hello. I'm not 18, but I
Oh,
want to ask you one
that's
thing.
the bad way to start. You got to be 18 or older. If you're not 18 or older, I cannot talk to you. It's a TikTok terms of service violation.
Hey man,
what's
how's it
up?
going?
Doing well. How old are you?
I am 28 years old.
And what religion?
I am Christian.
Gotcha. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
My strongest evidence. So basically, my dad beats me, and if my dad
Oh,
beats me, then it's
that's not very demure. That's not very cutesy. It's a rough start. That's rough, buddy. What's up, Slothy? How's it going? Huh? Oop. I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Nah. Damn, let's see. Will we get someone? Who knows? Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
What year were you born?
2006.
Okay. What religion are you?
I'm Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I'm really nervous right now, but I can start with something. So, you got so basically, bro, I'm so nervous. I don't know why. I'm tired, but I'm sorry.
You're doing fine. Don't worry about it.
So you got the. No, I'm forgetting everything. I'm so sorry. Let me think real quick if that's okay.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. You're doing fine.
All right, so even if the universe was always there, that cannot be because the earth had to start somewhere. It will always die. If it did start from something, it will always die eventually in a few billion, million years or something like that. And even though you may believe it was always here, it couldn't be because nothing cannot create something. The same with the universe, it cannot create something.
Yeah, I agree.
And if the universe was always here, it cannot be created by itself. Nothing can create something, it cannot create itself.
I agree. I don't think that the universe was created by anything. I think that it always existed. I don't think it came from nothing. I think that it always existed. If you go back and back farther, there's never going to be nothing. There's always going to be, excuse me, there's always going to be something. So I just don't think that this is applicable to my view. I think that the universe has always existed, which means that it doesn't have a creator.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Then the world had no start. Because, like you say, like evolution, you believe in evolution, right?
Yeah.
All right, so like at a certain point in the few million or whatever you guys believe, it wouldn't be, it would stop. Because still, even though it's evolution, it cannot proceed to create itself.
What? Oh, evolution. There's no reason why evolution would stop insofar
Sorry, bro.
as
I'm like so nervous for some reason. Like I haven't
you're.
been like.
Are you doing
listening to
okay?
so
It's
much.
you can if you're not doing well, you're welcome to take like a deep breath or take like a second. It's okay. You're doing fine. Don't worry
Yeah, I
about
don't
it.
think I can. I don't think I can, bro. I
Alright.
had some good arguments, so.
Well, I appreciate you coming on up here.
Sorry
then.
about that.
No, you're all
Sorry
good.
about
No need to apologize. You did fine. Let's get a big W guest in the comment section for stepping out of his comfort zone. I do appreciate you coming on up here. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. No, it's a huge W. The only way to get better at debate is by practicing, and the only way to practice is by doing stuff like this. There's never any need to feel like ashamed or anything like that. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Girk? Oop, I accept your surrender, Girk. Hey, what's
Hey
up?
man,
How's
how
it
you
going?
doing? Good.
How old are
You?
you?
18. Just turned 18.
Yeah, and what religion?
I'm Muslim.
Yeah. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Strongest argument is like if you read the book, the Quran. Have you read it?
I've read parts of it. I haven't
Parts
read.
of it.
I've read very little of it, to be honest.
Understandable. It's okay. I mean, at least you have some knowledge. But if you look in the Quran, and this isn't just for the Quran, it also, you know, because I read the Bible too. But to get my two takes on it, if you read the Quran fully, it would tell you that the signs of the Day of Judgment and the signs that would happen before, the minor signs and the major signs. And if you read it, you would know most of these minor signs have already came to accomplish. If you like that, this can't be no coincidence. You know what I mean? Like, not something's not just gonna happen because it happens. If it was written millions of years ago, you know, many years ago, before human existence or before we were on the earth, you would it can't be a coincidence. So for me, that's my argument. I mean, if you read it, then you would know minor signs happen, and
And which minor signs have happened?
in Mecca, the grass has turned green, which wasn't supposed to. In Saudi, the sand, it was written in the Quran. Other signs like, you know, the earth starting to close up in different countries, having the Nile River had turned red. That was also written.
When did the Nile River turn? I'm confused. When did this stuff happen?
Oh, you didn't read about it?
When did the Nile River turn red?
You didn't. You want me to pull up the Quran?
Okay. Wait. So first of all, like the grass turned green. That's not very impressive to me.
Oh,
To say that
not
there's
the
like
grass
just
turned green. I'm sorry. There was sand in Mecca, and it turned into grass. Like mountains of grass started coming out and patching. You know what I mean? I don't know if you read the Quran fully, but it's many signs. I mean, this can't be a coincidence. You know what I mean?
so
It's
when I
just-
turned. Okay. Wait. So I see nothing here that says that the grass will or that sand turns into grass in the Quran, and that verse doesn't seem to pull up. Nile River red Quran. Similarly, we have nothing in the Quran about the Nile River turning red. Oh wait, okay. Soil. Oh, okay. This one might be what you're talking about, but that doesn't say that the Nile turns red. It says that it brings red soil, which makes sense because of the color of the soil around the Nile. That doesn't really seem like a prophecy. So which verses are you referring to?
Understandable. I don't know exactly which verse because I started reading it. I don't go off verses, but what are your takes on why you think God isn't real? Like any of
Oh,
your
so
takes? I'm new to
for your
debating.
God, yeah, I think that your God is like profoundly unjust. The description of hell that's present in the Quran is like completely unjustifiable by a God who is good and loving. So, do you agree that a just punishment needs to be proportionate?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So how is it proportionate to punish us with infinite torture for the crime of not believing, which is like a finite crime?
Okay, so basically, that's your takes on God not being real, correct?
Well, I'm asking you, how would that be?
You're lagging
So
out.
if I spend 80 years not believing in God, why would that justify being tortured forever? How is that proportionate?
And what we believe in, I don't know if other because I don't really put my post on other religions. Like I said, I read the Bible, half a little bit of the Bible.
Thanks so much, Beeb, for the subscription. Appreciate it.
Oh, so in our book, it's not really a torture because if let's say you didn't believe in God, because like every God, you know, and Jesus, we believe Jesus is a prophet. So, but for Christians, they believe it's a God. So, you know, we believe in they're both the most merciful. They believe Jesus is most merciful.
Whoa! Thank you
We
so much,
believe
Amir.
God
That's
is most
awesome.
merciful. So, God forgives. You know what I mean? God forgives and He forgets. If you just, it doesn't matter how long you take to believe in a religion. It's what you deeply believe in. You know, I'm sorry if I'm not sounding correct. It's my first time debating like
You're
ever.
chill. You're chilling,
So
but this just doesn't seem to be like very in line with the Quran, because it says that Allah has promised the hypocrites, both men and women, and the disbelievers an everlasting stay in the fire of hell. It is sufficient for them. Allah has condemned them, and they will suffer a never-ending punishment. That's 9:6. So it seems like the punishment is in fact tortured forever.
I mean, like I said, I'm new to debate, but I can get somebody up here somebody who debates more. Well, I can get him up here, and he
Okay,
could
I can
talk
just move
to
on to the next guest if you'd prefer.
Huh?
I can move on to the next guest if you'd prefer.
Oh yeah, that's fine. All right, thank you for your time.
Yep. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you so much for the heart. We appreciate that. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Make sure you're dropping a follow if you never want to miss a debate in the future. And if you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly-ian. Both of them are in my bio. Appreciate it. And that will go to the next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Q3?
I'm good, thank you.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
And what religion? Q3? Okay. Ooh, shit, what just happened? What was that? Hey, what's up? How's it going? Hello? Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had my mic turned off. I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't notice. I saw a lot of people coming in, and I had my mic turned off. Sorry.
Okay. So, are you here to discuss, or is this an accident?
Oh, well, it's not such an accident. I wanted to ask you for a favor. I want to apologize because you're really clear on stating that if you believe in the Quran or the Torah or Christian, you can join up. If you don't, please don't join. I'm actually an atheist, so you don't have to debate with me or anything. I actually like your live streams, and I wanted to ask you for a favor if you wanna. I'm an atheist as well, and I do live streams, but I do them in Spanish, and I want to start doing them in English. I'm short of about, I don't know, a couple of hundred followers.
Yeah.
If you can give me a heads up, that would be amazing for you.
You want to, you should be able to just go live, right?
No. I need 1,000 followers in the zone that I am. I cannot go live.
If anyone's feeling generous, feel free to follow this person. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next guest.
Thank you very much, Ian. I'm really sorry to intrude in your live stream.
No, you're all good. Yeah.
Thank you, man.
I appreciate
Bye-bye.
it. Yeah, bye-bye. Oh, wait, who's that? Charles, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Charles. Hail, Satan. Hail, 666. I appreciate it, Charles. Big W, Charles, in the comment section. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly-ian. Both of them are in my bio, and I appreciate any and all support. If you make sure you're double tapping on that screen, we're almost at 300k likes. So if everyone left 20 likes, we'd already be there. Let's get there. Share it with your friends. Drop a comment. If you're 18 or older, want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's discord.gg/allegedly.ian. What's up? How's it going, Cuck? You there? Okay. But we talk about politics, religion, philosophy. I notify people every single time that I go live. You'll never miss a live because you'll always be notified. You can play bingo in there too. You just do $God, and then you'll get a bingo sheet to play in the live. I love it there. I'm very active in there. I spend lots of time in VC. You can always ask me questions there, and it's just a great time. So if you...
This is a faster charger.
Yeah.
Oh, hello?
Seraphim, are you there? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, how old are you?
43.
And what religion?
I'm spiritual.
Oh, but do you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran?
I believe, yes, I believe Jesus is the living God.
Okay. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience? Ale, thank you so much for the subscription. W Ale in the comment section.
Along with what he says.
Yeah, I would, I'd just ask you if you really want to get to know God, I could show you.
I don't really know what that means, but if you have an argument.
It's not really an argument. It's an exercise.
We praying?
No, well, you could call it a prayer. It's not a prayer, no, but it's an exercise. It's what I need you to do is just follow me, and I could show you something. I could show all the followers here something if you want to.
I just don't know what this is.
It's just a simple exercise.
Okay,
I ask
whatever.
you to do a few things, ask you a few questions, and at the end of it, we can debate after.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Can you just take yourself just for a minute, and any of the people here following can too. Just empty yourself completely, just for a moment. Just empty yourself completely out of who you think you are. No past,
No mind.
no present, no future. Just empty.
No mind.
Don't let your mind creep in. Just sit there for a minute. Just for a minute. Okay. Do you believe you're empty?
Yep.
Okay. All right. And if you were to intelligently look at yourself empty, what is it that you see?
It's not seeing, it's experiencing.
Okay. And what is experiencing?
Experiencing is just phenomena that's created by our brain.
By our brain. Okay. And what does the brain do exactly?
The brain regulates and maintains our existence. It's the control
Body?
center of our body.
Our body, right? Not me. It's mine. It's my body, not me.
Yeah, each of our brains controls and
So our brain
regulates our own bodies.
Okay, I got you. But our brain, you say it's my brain, right?
My brain controls
Yes,
my
it's not
body.
me
Your
brain.
brain controls your body.
Yes,
Every
your
person in the
body,
comments brain
not-
controls their body.
Yes. Your body means it's a possession of yours. It belongs to me. My brain belongs to me. It's
It's
not
kind
me.
of weird wording, but maybe, I don't know.
No. Just follow me here. Just follow me here. Look, I'm trying to show you something. So you say my brain, my body, my mind, mine, not me.
They're not you. So what's left?
So if none of these are my soul, my life, mine, not me.
Well, mine is just indexical to the entity Ian.
Entity.
But it's not you.
Entity, an identity.
Yeah, an identity.
An
yeah.
I entity?
It's just like indexical to me. So when I say I'm just talking about like me as an individual. When you say you're just talking about you as an individual.
It could be you can hear it like that, but I am before I comes before your name. You're not your name. It was given to you, yes? Your name was given to you, yes?
No, actually, I think that the sense of I came after my name, that I was given my name, and that it was only later that I distinguished myself from the world around me. That I learned that I was like an individual living in a broader world. That the sense of I actually isn't there at the start. That it arrives when we realize that we
How
are
could-
a person in a world full of
How
people.
could I not be
That's
there
when
at the
the
start?
I emerges.
I am as I exist. Baby infant knows without being taught. It just knows it exists.
Not immediately, they don't.
Oh, sure they do. Sure they do. They know that without someone
No,
teaching you.
this is called the mirror stage. So babies only know that they exist when they recognize themselves in the mirror.
And
They
who said
understand
this?
themselves as like one individual in a world of individuals. Babies are not
said, "I
born
am
knowing
before
that they
Abraham."
exist.
You said I am before Abraham. You didn't say Jesus is before Abraham. See the confusion here? I am.
I'm sorry. I think I'm not giving you the answers that you want.
No,
I'm just not sure what the.
You are. You are.
Okay.
We're still going down the right path, man.
Yeah, sure. So what's next?
Okay, what's next? Okay, so you said you can't see anything. There's just nothing there, right? It's empty.
Well, it's experience. Yeah, I'm just experiencing.
Okay. So you see experience?
I feel experience.
You feel experience? Okay. Where does experience come from?
Comes from the brain.
And the
The
brain is you.
interpreting all these phenomena that interact with us, like the wind and the air, the light that's coming through the eyes.
The brain is you?
That's a complicated question. I'm not sure.
Well, this is a
Maybe.
complicated question.
Sure.
It's
Yeah,
important.
I'll say that the brain is your mind. Yeah.
Yours. I said, is the brain you?
The brain is my brain is my mind. I am my
brain is
mind.
my
yeah.
mind. It's mine. It's a possession of mine. It's not you.
Sarah, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm just waiting for the argument though.
Yeah, no. I just a healthy. I don't really like to
Yeah.
debate. I'm just trying to show you something. I mean, it's a simple thing. Is when you empty yourself, okay, and you look. Does what you're looking at? Does it have a size?
What I'm looking at, does it have a size?
Yes. You're empty. Empty, right? No imagination. No mind. Empty. Does it have a size, a shape?
I'm not
A
too sure
form?
I understand. Like, I feel I experience in all parts of my body. It outlines a shape that's roughly Ian
Okay,
shaped.
but you're still acting within the body. So you
I'm
think the body is
I'm experiencing the things that my brain makes me experience.
yes. Do you experience deep sleep?
I think so. I don't know. This just sounds like nonsense so far, though.
Well, it might, but deep sleep is a state of consciousness. Yes.
It's like REM. I
REM
think
is rapid eye movement.
yeah,
It's
I think
like
everyone
dreaming.
experiences REM. Yeah.
You have you have the waking state, the dream state, or deep sleep state, right? These are states of consciousness.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm pointing at is a stateless state. It's in all three states and it's constant.
What you're pointing to is a stateless state.
Yes, it's in all states and it's constant. The only
stateless.
constant.
Wait, is it possible for something to be both a state and also stateless?
It is a stateless state. Yes, I know it's a paradox.
It's not a paradox. It's a contradiction. A paradox is
Uh,
something that's self-referential. A contradiction is nonsense.
Oh, it is a stateless state. I just say it like that because I don't know how else to say it.
That's a contradiction.
What is constant? Do you know anything here to be constant and unchanging?
Constant and unchanging.
Yes, never changing. Never, ever. Never in time will it change.
The existence of time.
Time changes all the time. It changes by the minute, by the second.
No, but like the fact that time exists is unchanging throughout all of time.
Right, but we're dealing with concept at this point.
Yeah, but I'm saying that this is going to be a universal and eternal truth that's true of all time, is that just that time exists.
Time only exists because we, make it exist. Time is just a concept.
Did time exist before humans exist?
It's a measurement of change.
So, but I'm talking about like the just time as like a thing, not the measurement of time, not like minutes, hours, seconds, but the fact that states go to states, go to states, go to states. The fact that there's a distinction from moment to moment.
Yes, there is a movement. I guess you could say it like that. Like we're aging, we're our bodies. You could feel time. Yeah, you could say it like that. But still conceived, like your body was conceived.
I don't believe that.
Huh?
I don't believe that. You'd need to prove
Were you
that.
not conceived?
Oh, I mean, I was conceived by my parents, but if you
Yes,
go
and
back far
conceived
enough, you're going to
means-
get a being that was not conceived.
Yes. So concept, right? Right. You yourself are a concept. You were conceived.
Like in like a literal, like my mom got pregnant, like
Concept, conception, conceived, all same.
not really.
You're an
Because
idea.
a concept is an idea.
Yes, you are an
so
idea.
so a person can be pregnant without knowing it, which means that conception does not necessarily require a concept. That you
It
could
was
be
conceived.
you could be nobody's concept, but you could still exist if somebody's pregnant without knowing it.
Well, sure, but you were still conceived. In regards to all that, the drama, your concept.
Oh,
So you're
well, yeah, but it's like possible to be conceived without being a conception. So I'm just not sure what the point is.
Conception is birth.
Conception is not birth. That's
Well, if you were conceived at birth,
you were not conceived at birth.
when were you conceived?
At conception,
Conception. When did this take place?
when
moment
the
your mom
sperm
died?
meets the egg.
Right. So it's a concept. This is a
Right,
concept.
right. The opposite of what you just said. You're not saying anything. You're just
saying-
like wait, like just like agreeing with me after your point
Look.
gets like torn in half. It doesn't do anything
You're not tearing anything in half.
because you said that conception happens at birth, and I said no, it happens at conception when sperm
one
meets
way or
egg, and
the
then you were
other,
like, yeah, exactly.
You are a concept.
As if
You
that
are
isn't the opposite of
conditioned.
what you just
The
said.
idea of yourself is conditioned into a being. There's layers of concepts there that people use. They become, I am brother, I am mom, I'm dad, I'm a worker.
Okay.
Yeah. These are all concepts.
And
None
why
of
does
these
that
are
mean
original to
God's
your
real?
nature. Huh?
Yeah, I agree that humans make concepts.
Conditioning.
Sure.
Yeah, we're all conditioned.
Are we just doing like Taoism right now? What are we doing?
Taoism. No, I'm just trying to point at something. I've been pointing the whole time. Is if you would have emptied yourself and then honestly looked without expectation, no expectation, because there's a lot of people that have expectation and that'll ruin it. But there's something there I'm pointing at. It doesn't have a shape. It doesn't have a form.
Yeah. The true Tao is the unspoken Tao. Yeah.
Yes. It doesn't have a shape or form or an age.
So you're just doing Taoism.
I don't know about Taoism. I don't practice Taoism.
So Taoism is just that. It's just the idea that we, existence exists, but we keep on putting it into categories. That the Tao is existence, but you'll never understand existence truly through all the categories that you try to put it in. Even calling it like the Tao or something is putting it into a category. All you can do is like vaguely gesture at it. You can never actually describe it in words because words are categories.
You're right. You can't speak what it is because by simply speaking it, you're getting further away from it, if that makes any sense. But when people speak at certain points, the words carry power. And religions are born out of these words, the ones that discover God.
Sure, but it just sounds like you're probably just not like a Christian or whatever.
I love Christians. I'm not a Christian myself. I love Christ.
Well, do you have anything else for me?
No, I just thought maybe you'd look and discover something, but I guess
I don't know. I think Taoism is cool. I'm already like familiar with like this idea that the like words and concepts are things that humans make, and they don't necessarily represent reality. I'm already familiar with all of that.
Yeah. Would you mind if my girlfriend says something to you? I mean, she's old enough. She's 19.
Sure. Wait, and how old are you?
43.
Girl, come on.
No, do you mind? I mean, are you gonna pass judgment?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
All right, here she is.
Okay, so what you're not following is the fact that you are not your mind, you are not your body. This is not Taoism. There is something higher. Have you ever turned around and tried to look at what's looking at your mind?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
What's looking at your mind?
Well, I mean, I've done
What's
meditation.
watching the mind? Answer it. What's watching the mind?
The mind watches itself. The mind monitors itself.
How is that possible? My hand can't see my face when I turn my
Because
hand
the
towards
mind
my
is
face.
capable of taking account of the thoughts that come in and out.
Where do the thoughts come from?
Where do the
The
thoughts
thoughts
come
also come from your mind, but the mind is capable of monitoring itself.
from? Okay, listen. I have 2 years in psychology at the University of Idaho. I know what I'm talking about when I speak of the mind. The thing is it's not you. You have to remove all of that. It's a complete
You have to
emptiness.
crucify yourself.
And if you have the inability to remove it, you will never
wake up.
see what we're trying to show you, man.
I've done lots of meditation. I already know what you're trying to show me. And I think it's cool, you know, we experience things. That's awesome.
You can't turn your mind off, huh? When you meditate. You can't turn your mind
No,
off.
well,
It
yeah,
feels
I mean,
impossible.
thoughts arise. There are moments of complete experience, which is wonderful and blissful and pleasant.
Have you ever
but
thought
thoughts
that
arise, and then
meditation
you
is the
notice the thoughts, and then you get rid of them.
Have you ever thought that the point of meditation is to fail?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So if the point of meditation is to fail and I can't stop my mind, who's the I that can't stop my mind?
It's yourself. It's your idea of you.
I don't know about that.
How long have you two been together?
I do not conform to any religion. However, I've experienced this myself. And there are other people out here who have experienced this themselves.
We're not believing. We know.
And whoever commented about the whole 1943 shit, like, keep it to yourself.
Girl, you gotta get out of this. This is like super weird.
This guy's super weird.
But
No, I mean, it's like, listen, as a 23-year-old, I would never date a 19-year-old because that's just too young.
Have anything to do with love? I mean, this
How
is
long? And how long have
I
the
know,
two
this
of you
is
been in
shallow these
love?
motherfuckers are.
How long have you been in love?
Huh?
How long have you been in love?
A great while.
Yeah, how long?
Since I first turned 19. I'm almost 20 now.
So a great while, less than a year?
So is love measured in time? I mean, what's this guy's point?
Yeah, I just think that
Right.
like the depth of the love is probably going to be contingent on the familiarity.
And we're very familiar with one another.
Yeah. What are your shared interests?
Everything.
Shared
Yeah.
interests, God, politics. We have
Bow music. What goes
bow,
on?
music. We
Hunt-
shoot. We
hunting,
both
woods,
shoot. We
fuck.
both go
Yeah.
camping. We both, we have a lot in common.
Yeah, and what are your life aspirations? Because it seems like one of you is a 19-year-old still working on their degree, and the
Well,
other
I'm
is like
pregnant right
like
now.
how,
I'm pregnant right now. I've done 15
Yeah.
months in the pen from 17 to 19 in Billings, Montana, in MWP.
Listen, it really doesn't need to be like this. You should get your degree and you can turn it all around, but you should be very careful about the people that you date and who you associate with. People don't have your best interest very often.
You don't know.
You should be asking yourself, what do these people want from you?
You're looking from an outside perspective. I mean, our families like
Absolutely.
each other. Not like my dad hates him or anything. My dad fucking loves this guy.
Yeah, it's a red flag. If my 19-year-old brought home a 43-year-old, I think I'd have problems.
It all depends on the person.
Yeah, me, I would raise hell if my 19-year-old brought home like a 43-year-old.
Well, you'd have hell on your hands because a 19-year-old didn't even listen to your ass.
That's totally fine. I mean, luckily my 19-year-old would never do this. I'd
Yeah, 'cause you're so
raise
bad.
them
You're
better.
a bad person for loving-
Yeah.
loving This guy's
but-
shallow as shit.
That's really ironic coming from a 43-year-old dating a 19-year-old.
19, 23, 45.
Yeah, I would never date a 19-year-old.
You're shallow.
I wouldn't date an 18-year-old and I wouldn't date a 19-year-old. I just don't really have anything to talk about with
your
them.
words express it, man. You'll never find God because you're fucking shallow and you're closed down. It's plain
You're
simple,
getting,
man.
damn, I got your number so well, you're getting really upset.
No, I'm not upset. I'm saying you're the one getting personal. You're the one that
William, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App for Dude is Sick. Hail, William. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, fuck that motherfucker, man.
Yeah, just keep on meditating more. You know, that's the difference between me and you. I've achieved enlightenment, whereas you get easily rattled. Plus, I'm not a pedophile, so.
Oh my god.
What the fuck ever.
That's pretty
That's
fucking
the
funny.
yeah. I
God
don't know.
isn't
Like
real.
it doesn't matter what you say. Like that's
God
like the
isn't real.
easy
You're right. For
W. It's
you,
like the
God
auto
will never
win. It's
exist.
like
God will never
dog,
exist for you.
You're
You
a
are doomed, my friend.
pedophile.
You are doomed. You are doomed, my
You're
friend. And it is
attracted
funny.
to
It is
people
actually pretty fucking
24
funny.
you're attracted to people less than half your age.
Yeah, what's the problem?
His last fucking girlfriend
That's
was
super
54.
fucking. Yeah, but his current girlfriend is 19. That's crazy.
Yeah, so what?
You're weird.
You're weird. With God isn't real across your screen, and some bearded man with a fucking.
You're-
Really, you think God's a bearded man? You're a
You're
fucking
weird
moron.
dating a
You're a
19-year-old.
fucking moron, man. And you're putting this on for the world to see how dumb you really are. It's fucking great.
You're
entertaining. I'll give
humiliating
you that,
yourself.
because you're the dumbest ass motherfucker
Wait,
I've
let's
met
just
in a
calm
long time.
down. It seems like you didn't achieve enlightenment. Maybe you just got to spend more time meditating.
No, not enlightenment.
To get
It isn't
yourself
about
calm.
enlightenment. It's called dumb ass, shallow ass people like you, and to entertain the
Will,
shit out
thank
of
you
me, man.
so much for Cash App. Appreciate it. Maybe
Good
you should maybe
job.
you could meditate
shallow
on that
fucking
more.
dumb piece of shit.
Ski, thank you so much for the
Alright.
subscription. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Aw.
like
Damn, I really
fucking
struck a
queer.
nerve.
Fucking
trying
dumbass.
to strike a nerve, and it's probably a minor.
Oh, you're fucking sharp. You're the fucking idiot that when someone's trying to show you something, be kind, then you spit in their face.
No.
And it's people like you that are gonna burn in hell. I promise. I promise.
Listen, you don't have the boots for that hike.
Hey, I
they
tell you
they
what.
not like us,
I tell you what,
indeed.
your ass,
They
your
not
ass,
like
I'll see in hell.
us.
And I'll be the one torturing the shit out of you. How about that?
Dexter, thank you so much for the
dumb
5
fuck
cent
piece of
subscriptions.
shit.
Appreciate it. W Dexter in the comment section. Yeah.
Like, go suck another dick, queer.
Damn, getting homophobic. Wait, you can't be
No,
homophobic. You're literally
Homophobic,
fucking
no, I
pedo-
just
like I
prefer,
don't care about
another
your
dick in my mouth,
homophobia,
'cause
dog.
it sounds like you got one in there right now, you
Your
fucking
judgments on my
judgments? Who was
life are
judging who here,
irrelevant. You're
bitch?
literally a pedophile. You're a pedophile.
Yeah, pedophile.
You're attracted to kids, dude.
age,
You're
motherfucker.
dating like a 19-year-old. Your boyfriend is
God is in
double
real
your
context.
age.
Look at
More
this
than
square. Look at him.
double your age.
You're ridiculous, man. You're
Like
on here just
5
to cause
years older
problems.
than double your age.
You're on
Your
here just
personal
to
moral
cause
judgment
problems, man.
doesn't matter to
Blah,
me.
blah,
You're
blah,
weird.
blah,
You're a
blah.
weird dude.
You're fucking, dude. Just fucking. You're fucking retarded. You really are. You're half
That's,
retarded.
that's not very demure. That's not very cutesy. But maybe if you meditate more, you'll realize the errors of your ways. But girl, if you're still listening to this, like seriously take a second and think to yourself, what is this person getting out of this relationship? Because it's probably not your deep, meaningful connection. Why do people that are the same age as the person you're dating, why do they not want him? Why does he need to date 19-year-olds? You should just be thinking about these. Like, ask yourself these questions. But if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You need to be 18 or older in order to join, but we talk about politics, religion, or philosophy, and I'd encourage all of you to join. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly-ian. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Skinsley, thank you so much.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? How old are you?
I am 31.
Yeah, and what religion?
So I don't really have like a religion, but I do believe in God. Like
Oh,
that is
I'm only looking to debate people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Don't request to join unless you do believe in the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If you're 18 or older and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Brandon, are you there? Okay. Just keep on double tapping on that screen though. We'll try to get a guest up on in here. Hopefully they'll be attracted to people the same age as them. Ms. JJ, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the
That God
community.
isn't real.
Hey, what's up? How old are you?
What's it? How are you doing?
Doing well, but how old are you?
21.
Yeah, and what religion?
Catholic.
Yeah. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
What's your strongest argument for God doesn't exist?
Yeah, that's pretty easy. It's just going to be like the level of like gratuitous evil that exists in the world. For example, we have I don't think natural disasters are compatible with an all good God. I don't think malaria is compatible with an all good God. I don't think cancer is compatible with an all good God. I don't think like poison berries are compatible with an all good God.
So your argument is that because there's too much evil in the world, there's no God.
Yeah, it's like really strong evidence. So much natural evil in the world.
Yeah, it's natural evil.
Yeah.
How do you explain natural evil?
Yeah, just that if somebody did create this, like if somebody pushed a button and it caused an earthquake, that would be extraordinarily evil. Similarly, if God designed the world such that there were earthquakes, that would be extraordinarily evil. If somebody created malaria, that would be extraordinarily evil. Thus, if God created malaria, that would be extraordinarily evil. If somebody created cancer, that would be super evil. Thus, if God created cancer, that's also super evil.
God, that what they were doing was good. So how do you know without God? How do you know?
What?
I thought stupid. How do you know it's good and bad then without God? You know.
Oh, it seems like we're pivoting away because this is just an internal critique. Like to you, if malaria isn't bad to you, then you should say so. Do you not think malaria is bad?
What is malaria?
Malaria is a disease which has taken the lives of 1 out of every 2 humans who have ever made it out of the womb. Oop, I accept your surrender. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. What is malaria? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me anymore. Dante, what's up? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 24.
Yeah, and what religion?
Christianity. Yeah, the God of the Bible, basically.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
You're saying like, how do I say God is real?
Yeah, based on what argument?
All right, if you look around you, bro.
Okay. So
you see the creation of the earth. We don't know. We definitely know that it wasn't a human that created all these stuff around us.
Yeah,
right?
and we also definitely know it wasn't a God who is all good, especially not a perfect one. You can look to the way our DNA is extraordinarily inefficient, that our DNA, 85% of it is completely useless. So if God's perfect, why did he design so imperfectly?
All right, because he gave us free will. All right, listen. In the Bible, it says when he created mankind, right? He put us in like a garden. Picture yourself in a garden of every single tree, every single animal in this world, right? And you know, we don't if we created something that we want to have like a relationship with, we're not going to create them as if they're a robot. So I create you and I said, follow me, do what I say. I want you to have free will. I want to feel as if I have a personal relationship with something that I